Chapter 1480. Inside the extreme ancient formation, skeletons of experts from various clans could be seen everywhere. Since ancient times, all the experts who had entered this extreme ancient formation seemed to have fallen here. Book C Pavilion - After entering the extreme ancient formation, Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to be careless. Although it seemed like there were no obstacles along the way, in fact, there were dangers everywhere. When they were about 100 li into the extreme ancient formation, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a domineering figure. An aura so powerful that it caused people to tremble was emitted from the figure. It gave off a terrifying pressure that looked down on the world, as if this person alone could suppress the 10 Daos of the heavens. This is Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that they would encounter a living person in this place. However, their expressions soon changed once more. When they approached, they discovered that it was not a living person at all. It was merely an illusion, a phantom that was branded in the void. When Gu Fei and He Tian got closer, the phantom disappeared. There was nothing there. What? Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but look at each other. At the place where the figure appeared, there was a footprint. It was unknown how long this footprint had been there, but it was still very clear. It seems like a supreme existence once stopped here. He Tian carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that there were no other footprints in the surroundings. Furthermore, this particular footprint happened to be right on the path of life of the extreme Tao ancient array. This was a phantom formed by an inextinguishable aura. This was enough to prove that the person who left this footprint was extremely powerful. A supreme existence must have entered the extreme ancient formation before. Gu Fei and He Tian only stopped for a moment before continuing on their way. One had to admit that the extreme ancient formation was extraordinary. Even after countless years, this ancient formation was still very complete. If it was activated, it would most likely be able to display the power of the extreme ancient formation. There was no one controlling the extreme Tao ancient formation, so the power of the extreme Tao lay dormant. It was like a heaven-defying beast sleeping, and it could wake up at any time. Gu Fei and the others weren't the only ones who had obtained a complete extreme ancient spirit diagram. There were plenty of people who had obtained an extreme ancient spirit diagram. This was because there were many corpses lying on the path of life that Erebus had deduced. These experts had already found the rough location of the path of life in the extreme Tao ancient array. However, it was a pity that these experts had accidentally stepped outside the path of life and triggered the extreme Tao ancient formation. As a result, they were instantly killed by the power of the extreme Tao ancient formation. In the void, threads of Tao marks interweaved. They could only be seen under Gu Fei's martial path, heavenly eye, and He Tian's yin-yang god eye. It was difficult to see this fatal trap hidden in the void with the naked eye. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He took out the mountain and river cauldron and let it float above his head. Strands of primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting him and He Tian. Even with the protection of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to be careless. Swish! Just as He Tian's right foot stepped on a skeleton on the ground, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the void beside him and instantly shot towards him. It was so close that He Tian didn't even have time to dodge. In fact, he didn't even have time to do anything before the spatial crack arrived. Bzzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos energy in front of He Tian rushed up, colliding with the spatial crack. The power of the mountain and river cauldron erupted, and a terrifying might that shook the heavens blocked the spatial crack. Rumble! The entire extreme Tao ancient formation was triggered by the aura that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Spatial cracks appeared around Gu Fei and the others without any warning. These weren't ordinary spatial cracks. They were marks that couldn't be seen with the naked eye that tore open the void of heaven and earth, forming traces of spatial destruction. Swish, swish, swish. Strands of primordial chaos chi rushed up from various parts of the extreme Tao ancient formation. It was as if an extremely terrifying extreme Tao beast had awakened. An extreme Tao aura appeared between heaven and earth. The moment the extreme Tao ancient formation was activated, the billions of living beings in the wildlands could feel the extreme Tao aura surging out from the depths of this part of the world. What's going on? Did those two really barge into the extreme Tao ancient formation? In the Ghost Lord's palace in the wildlands, the Ghost Lord suddenly stood up. At this moment, his ghostly body had been nourished by the Xian Yin ghost chi in the wildlands and was no longer blurry. The Ghost Lord's injuries had stabilized. However, his inner world had been destroyed by Gu Fei and his origin had been damaged. It was basically impossible for him to completely recover to his peak state. The Ghost Tao Supreme Master originally wanted to secretly follow Gu Fei while he was heading towards the extreme ancient array. However, it was no longer possible at this time. Damn it! The Ghost Lord of the Wildlands was filled with hatred. Bzzz. The void trembled. Millions and millions of creatures trembled. Extreme divine might surged, shaking the 9 heavens, 10 earths. In the depths of the savage world, the extreme ancient formation was operating. The powerful existences in the wildlands immediately rushed out and looked towards the forbidden area of this part of the world. Even tens of thousands of miles away, they could clearly see the strands of primordial chaos chi surging in the depths of this part of the world like huge dragons. Those two are really eyeing that legendary item. The human race Yi clan. In the sky above the ancient city, the experts of the Yi clan were shocked to the extreme when they saw the sky change color and the sun and moon lose their luster. Are those two trying to break the shackles of this part of the world? Batian Shen, king, stood in the void. At this moment, his face had regained some color. The deathly chi in his body had been refined a lot. When Gu Fei left, he injected a strand of life essence into Batian Shen King's body. This strand of life essence was the nemesis of the deathly chi in Batian Shen King's body. During this period of time, Batian Shen King had successfully controlled the extremely evil deathly chi in his body with the help of this strand of life essence. His body was rapidly recovering, and his dried-up blood was gradually becoming stronger. Now, it was only a matter of time before he completely recovered to his peak state. 10,000 miles away from the ancient city of Yi Clan, there was an ancient city of the human race. It was the ancestral land of another large human race in the wilderness. This ancient city was even larger than the Yi Clan's ancient city. It had also existed for countless years, and it exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. On the city walls, there were many marks left by swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The entire ancient city was mottled with time, as though it had experienced many battles, but it still stood tall on the ground. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1481. The Li clan of the Desolate was a branch of the Desolate Li clan that the Supreme Tao ancestor belonged to. The Li clan's ancestor was a relative of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Although the Li clan of the Desolate clan wasn't a direct descendant of the Supreme Tao ancestor, their background was still frightening. No one in the Desolate lands dared to look down on such a clan. This was also the reason why the alliance of the beasts and demons only targeted the Yi clan of the Desolate lands. They didn't want to go against the Li clan right from the start. At this time, the extreme Tao ancient formation in the depths of the Desolate lands was activated. The Li clan of the Desolate lands was also alarmed. Even the supreme elder of the Li clan, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, jumped out. Someone is trying to barge into the extreme Tao ancient formation again. An aged voice resounded in the ancient city of the human race. Following that, a figure rushed out from the ancient city and arrived in the sky. This was an old man. Under normal circumstances, this old man wouldn't attract any attention even if he were to walk on the streets. However, at this time, the old man's body emitted a monstrous amount of blood chi. It was hard to imagine that such a shocking amount of blood chi was hiding in that old man's body. The old man's eyes emitted 2 resplendent rays of light as he gazed into the depths of the land. In other regions, supreme experts were also alarmed. An incomparably powerful divine sense was emitted from the region where the beasts resided. This divine sense swept out in all directions. After waiting for so many years, is it about to begin again? In an important area of the desolate beast race, these words rang out. There were incomparably powerful ancient beasts muttering to themselves. In the depths of the chaos dragon cave of the desolate lands, the ancient demon, Heavenly Pung, opened his eyes. This time there might be a change. The ancient demon, Heavenly Pung, had lived for countless years. He was the strongest expert of the desolate lands apart from the demon lord. He had a premonition that things might be different this time. Sometimes living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Some of the ancient experts in the desolate lands were looking forward to it. All of them focused their attention on the depths of the land. Rumble! At that moment, heaven and earth trembled. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared in the void, interweaving with each other, triggering the power of the great path. The entire ancient array was awakening. Under the impact of the mountain and river cauldron's power, the extreme ancient formation that had been silent for countless years actually began to operate. Strands of chaotic force surged up from the ground, forming a chaotic, murderous light that swept through everything. Wherever the chaotic light passed, the space was reduced to nothingness. No existence below the extreme supremacy stage could survive. Everything was destroyed. It was as if a chaotic world was evolving within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was extremely terrifying. The vast divine might of the extreme Tao shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The extreme Tao gathered by the extreme Tao ancient formation suppressed the great Tao of heaven and earth. The ancient formation had broken through the shackles of the wild world. The wildlands began to change. The laws of heaven and earth gradually became chaotic. All sorts of heaven and earth energies appeared. Sometimes it would snow, sometimes it would rain, and sometimes there would be howling winds that swept through the wilderness. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost. 7 kinds of phenomena appeared one after another. The billions of living beings in the wildlands felt uneasy in the face of these ever-changing phenomena. The sky has changed, just like that night 30,000 years ago. Someone said. An ancient voice resounded through the world. This was a super old man who had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. 30,000 years ago, the tyrant never returned. In the end, nothing changed. In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient human city, the rain drenched Batian Shin King's clothes. He muttered to himself. The world had changed, and this was the first time such a phenomenon had appeared after 30,000 years. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were in great danger inside the extreme ancient formation. Rays of primal chaos divine light descended from the sky like giant primal chaos dragons, bombarding them. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, emitting vast primordial chaos energy that blocked the destructive divine light. If it weren't for the protection of the extreme Tao saint weapon, Gu Fei and the others would have long been obliterated by the extreme Tao ancient formation. Once the ancient formation was activated, even a sage would have to suffer a grievance. What do we do? Gu Fei and He Tian were scared witless. Under the might of the extreme ancient formation, they felt as weak as ants. Even their souls were trembling. I can only deduce it again. He Tian took out the black boulder, the dragon scale, and the shrunken ancient city. Gu Fei used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them. Even so, once the three items were gathered together, the three ancient diagrams imprinted on them would automatically reveal themselves. As the extreme ancient formation activated, the entire diagram underwent a tremendous change. But strangely, the black boulder, the dragon scale, and the ancient diagram imprinted on the ancient city were also changing. He Tian's eyes gathered the power of yin and yang. One of his eyes became as bright as the moon, while the other became pitch black. It was like a bottomless black hole, and it was terrifying. Yin and yang energy intertwined, evolving into the great Tao of yin and yang. He Tian used his yin-yang divine eyes to deduce the changes of the extreme ancient formation. Formation runes also appeared in his yin-yang divine eyes. Soon, under He Tian's guidance, Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Amidst the endless chaotic divine light, he slowly moved towards a nearby safe path. The extreme ancient formation was a supreme weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. Even the extreme ancient formation could not pose a threat to the extreme ancient formation. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated continuously. The extreme ancient formation condensed the extreme ancient formation, awakening the cauldron's soul. The mountain and river cauldron began to move on its own. Bzzz. Streams of primordial chaos energy rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, sweeping away everything in their path. The extreme ancient formation's might shook the heavens and the earth. Within a 300-meter radius of the mountain and river cauldron, all of the primordial chaos divine light was repelled. By this time, the heaven-shaking changes in the depths of the wildlands had already lasted for an hour. The weather in the wildlands had become even more chaotic. Bolts of lightning continuously tore through the void, lighting up the entire world in an instant. Wild gales accompanied the lightning, wreaking havoc in the entire world. Some places were covered in hailstones, some places were flooded, and there were also places where the earth veins violently shifted. The earth shifted and mountains collapsed. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Billions of lives trembled in fear. As for the group of old-timers in this part of the world, they were getting more and more excited. The chaos from 30,000 years ago had only lasted for a little less than an hour before it gradually calmed down. Now, the chaos had lasted longer than the chaos from 30,000 years ago. As expected, there's a change. The Wildlands super old-timers grew even more excited. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1482. Date, October 10th. The Wildlands welcomed a change that had happened in the last 30,000 years. On this day, the billions of living beings in the Wildlands trembled as an extreme divine aura swept across the land. It was as though an extreme supreme had awakened from a deep slumber. The entire Wildlands fell into chaos as all sorts of astronomical phenomena appeared. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost. 7 kinds of astronomical phenomena wreaked havoc in the Wildlands. Flash floods erupted, rivers flowed in reverse, mountains crumbled, and earth veins shifted. It was as though doomsday had arrived. However, all of the old-timers in the Wildlands were very excited. After all, they had experienced such a drastic change 30,000 years ago. At that time, the unparalleled hegemon, who was invincible throughout the entire desolate world, broke into the most mysterious and terrifying place in this world. That day 30,000 years ago was just like today. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing as an extreme divine aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The ghost abode of the unparalleled overlord was the origin of the Wildlands. Throughout history, there had been more than one supreme powerhouse born in the Wildlands who had entered that region. However, these invincible existences in the Wildlands had never appeared again after entering that region. Some people said that it was the grave of the Overlord. Only death awaited those who entered. I hope they succeed. Sky Tyrant Shin King muttered to himself in the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city. Lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky from time to time, tearing through the void and illuminating the land. Rain drenched Sky Tyrant Shin King's clothes. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In the chaotic dragon cave of the demon race, the ancient heavenly Pung and the ancient Qilin that had reformed their physical bodies were whispering to each other in anticipation. I didn't think those two humans would actually dare. The ancient heavenly Pung sat cross-legged on a cushion. Although he had already guessed Gu Fei's goal, he hadn't expected them to barge into that place so quickly. If they succeed, then we... The ancient Qilin hesitated. The Qilin ancient demon wanted to say something, but hesitated. His physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and he was Gu Fei's mortal enemy. If Gu Fei succeeded, there would be no place for the demon race in the wild world. Humph, you want to succeed? Are they stronger than the unparalleled overlord from 30,000 years ago? The heavenly Pung ancient Fei did not think highly of Gu Fei and He Tian. One had to know that since ancient times, there had been many astounding existences who could not stir up any waves in that place. None of the peerless characters who entered that place came out. Meanwhile, at the peak of the beast race's Beast Emperor Mountain, in the darkness of the extreme path ancient Beast Emperor Palace, two resplendent lights suddenly appeared. A shadow of a beast silently sat there cross-legged. Those two abominable humans! The Emperor of Beasts was shrouded in a faint layer of black gas. It was the deathly aura of the peerless evil god. This deathly aura had once tortured the sage-to-be, Batian Shinking, to death. The Emperor of the Beast Emperors had been heavily injured by the evil god's death chi. At this time, the Emperor of the Beast Emperors had no choice but to use the power of the extreme Tao ancient Beast Emperors in the ancient palace to heal. Roar! Enraged roars came from the ancient palace on top of the Beast Emperor Mountain. The Beast Emperors and the Wildlands Ghost Lord had been crippled and were no longer capable of fighting for the great fortune of heaven and earth. Many of the old-timers breathed sighs of relief. However, if things went as smoothly as expected, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. That was because that legendary item was enough to make everyone go crazy. The old-timers in the Wildlands had been waiting for far too long. Today was the day that had changed 30,000 years ago, and no one was willing to miss it. At the same time, Gu Fei and Mai Tian, who had caused all of this, were taking great risks as they moved through the ultimate Tao ancient spell formation. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if a world of primal chaos were forming. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron trembled as strands of primordial chaos chi descended, protecting Gu Fei and Mai Tian. Above the extreme Tao Saint Cauldron, the cauldron's soul had already awakened. An extreme divine might surged out from the cauldron, clashing with this extreme ancient formation. The ancient formation seemed to have a will of its own, as if it had a life of its own. Boundless primordial light rained down from the sky, attacking the mountain and river cauldron. This was a battle of extreme Tao power, and neither Gu Fei nor He Tian was qualified to interfere. They could only move slowly under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. Although the mountain and river cauldron had managed to negate the majority of the extreme Tao aura, the strands of extreme Tao divine runes that had seeped in had nearly destroyed their bodies. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would have been crushed to death by this strand of extreme divine might. Fortunately, Gu Fei and Mai Tian both had powerful physiques that far surpassed ordinary people. What do we do? Gu Fei knew that they couldn't go on like this. With this tortoise speed, when would they be able to pass through the ancient formation? Moreover, the ancient formation seemed to have a spiritual god, and it was constantly changing. There was no way to deduce where the exit was. As long as we find the right direction and keep moving forward, We'll eventually get out of this damned place. Hey, Tion's expression was extremely unsightly. This was the first time he had encountered an ancient formation that had a spiritual god. Such an ancient formation had its own will, and it could change its formation at any time. Even He Tian had no way of dealing with it. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Outside the primordial chaos energy, there were streaks of primal chaos-killing light. This kind of extreme Tao power could kill a great sage, and even an extreme supreme wouldn't be able to break through it easily. The power of extreme Tao can activate the extreme Tao saint weapon. Boss, why don't we go a little harder? Hey, Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Gu Fei was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood. This guy was eyeing the other extreme Tao saint weapons in his possession, so this method might not be impossible. All right, since we're already at this stage, let's go a little harder. Gu Fei wasn't an indecisive person. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. An extremely sharp fluctuation of sword qi was immediately emitted from his dantian. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. A purple-golden sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian and danced above Gu Fei's head. This was the purple-golden godly sword, Gu Fei's second extreme Tao saint weapon. As if sensing the two incomparably powerful extreme Tao saint auras, the purple-golden godly sword became restless. It vibrated continuously, and the sword's spirit seemed to show signs of awakening. There's hope! Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged a glance, both surprised and overjoyed. Go! Gu Fei let out a low roar and directly controlled the extreme Tao saint sword to break through the primordial chaos energy's blockade and charged out. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1483. The Extreme Ancient Array activated, activating the power of the extreme path and sealing the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei and He Tian found it difficult to move an inch. Faced with the predicament before him, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the second extreme divine weapon on him. Buzz! The sword hummed in the 9 heavens. Under Gu Fei's control, the purple-gold divine sword tore through the void, pierced through heaven and earth, and rushed out from under the cauldron of mountain and river. The void below the cauldron of mountain and river was sealed by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The power of the extreme path outside could only pass through an extremely weak wisp, but outside the void sealed by the cauldron of mountain and river, the power of the extreme path was thousands of times stronger. As soon as the purple-gold divine sword appeared outside, it emitted hundreds of millions of rays of sword light. Every ray of sword light pierced through the void, and an extreme path power suddenly exploded from the divine sword. Under the impact of the 2 extreme path powers in heaven and earth, the sword spirit of the extreme divine sword actually awakened in an instant, displaying the extreme path power that shocked the 10 paths of the heavens. Swoosh! The purple-gold divine sword light pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Every ray of sword light slashed at the key points of the extreme ancient array. Rumble! The entire extreme Tao ancient array was under attack. The spiritual god that was born from the ancient array sensed danger. The extreme Tao ancient array revolved crazily as the power of chaos and destruction gathered from all parts of the array before sealing the violet gold divine sword. The attack of the sword spirit of the purple gold divine sword was extremely fierce. It shook the entire extreme ancient array as soon as it came, attracting most of the power of the extreme ancient array. This was a collision between extreme path powers. Chaotic divine light rushed out from all parts of the extreme ancient array like chaotic dragons and met the sword light emitted by the purple-gold divine sword. The rays of sword light collided with the rays of chaotic divine light. There was no sound, but the void there was directly annihilated. The void was annihilated silently. Countless Tao marks of the great path dissipated in the void. Countless pitch-black spatial holes appeared in the extreme ancient array. Countless Tao patterns were vanishing around each spatial hole. In the face of the power of the extreme path, nothing could be preserved. Even the great path would be suppressed. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Their estimations were not wrong. The violet gold divine sword had indeed drawn away the majority of the extreme Tao ancient formation's power, and the pressure on the mountain and river cauldron immediately lessened. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword trembled, and the deity within the divine sword awoke. It was as if an ancient supreme being had descended, emitting an aura of the extreme Tao. The power here could suppress the heavenly Tao, and only the power of an extreme Tao could contend against it. The violet gold divine sword was like a huge violet gold dragon. It dashed left and right in the extreme ancient formation, trying to break out of it. However, the extreme energy condensed by the extreme ancient formation was also incomparably powerful. The entire ancient formation was like an extreme divine weapon, constantly colliding with the violet gold divine sword. The extreme ancient formation suppressed the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. The 3 waves of extreme energy didn't sweep out in all directions, but even so, the entire desolate world was already in chaos. The great path of heaven and earth in the desolate world was already disturbed. The order of the world was broken, and the laws of heaven and earth became incomparably chaotic. The pitch-black sky pressed down from the sky, giving off an irresistible pressure. Even the stars in the sky were trembling, as if they could fall at any time. Doomsday, in a valley inside an ancient temple, an ancient voice rang out. The ancient temple wasn't big, but it emitted an ancient charm, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. At this time in the pouring rain, a figure walked in from outside the valley. Step by step, he allowed the soybean-sized raindrops to hit his body. Without using any divine abilities, he directly walked to the front of the ancient temple. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally come from outside. The ancient voice once again rang out from the ancient temple. A weak divine sense wave seeped out from the ancient temple, and then a faint golden light shone in the ancient temple. Buddha is merciful. The newcomer wore a kasaya, and there were no fluctuations of Buddhist energy coming from his body. However, the aura of an eminent monk couldn't be concealed. That person placed his palms together and bowed towards the ancient temple. The heaven and earth have changed, and the spiritual energy is in chaos. If you had come an hour later, you wouldn't have been able to see me. The aged voice contained a sense of relief. In the ancient temple, the figure of an old monk appeared. A weak golden Buddhist light shone from the center of his eyebrows. In the center of his eyebrows, there was a Niwen palace that was about to collapse. The person outside the ancient temple couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the appearance of the old monk. Even a Buddhist monk who had cultivated for many years would be shocked at this moment. There was actually a hole in the center of the old monk's forehead. Someone actually pierced through his Niwen palace and destroyed his primordial spirit. However, he actually didn't die. The Buddhist energy in the old monk's body was dissipating, and the remaining divine sense in his Niwen palace was also on the verge of being destroyed. He had already reached his limit by enduring until now. Venerable monk, the person's voice was trembling. This old monk was definitely an ancient Buddhist almighty figure. However, this Buddhist almighty figure had suffered a fatal blow. Who was it that had such cultivation and strength to be able to easily kill a mighty figure of the Buddhist clan? The finger hole in the old monk's forehead still had golden Buddhist blood that had yet to coagulate. It was hard to imagine how this old monk had endured until now. 30,000 years ago, a human found his way to this place. The old monk said, "Could it be that person?" The newcomer was extremely shocked. This old monk had actually been injured 30,000 years ago. It was definitely a miracle that he could endure until now. The Buddhist sect has long since ceased to be the master of this world. Take this item. With that, an item flew out from the ancient temple. Then, the Buddhist light on the old monk's body gradually dimmed. The old monk had passed away. The Niwen palace between his brows was collapsing, and a strand of divine sense turned into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. The ancient temple in the valley was once again shrouded in darkness. This is the legendary Buddhist robe. After seeing the item in his hand, Heavenly Monk couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His hand was full of dirt, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a kasaya or a normal monk's robe. He had almost turned the entire wild world upside down in order to find this legendary Buddhist treasure. However, the Buddhist sect in the wild world had declined even more than he had imagined. All the spiritual mountains and heavens were occupied by the foreign races. In the entire wild world, there weren't even a few decent temples. There were only a few hidden places where the Buddhist sect once existed. One must know that the Buddhist sect was once the master of this world. This was merely the third level of Buddha heaven that was created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was the training ground for the sons of Buddha of the Buddhist sect. The power of the Buddhist sect should be incomparably strong here. At this time, Heavenly Monk couldn't believe that the shabby robe in his hand was the legendary Buddhist robe that had been passed down for thousands of years. This was far from what he had imagined. Even if this robe was thrown on the side of the road, no one would pick it up. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1484. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. In this chaotic world, nobody noticed the ripples of Buddhist energy that came from the hidden valley. The thing that Heavenly Monk Dharma had been searching for all this time was finally in his hands. Although the item was in his hands, Heavenly Monk Dharma was still dumbfounded. The legendary monastic robe that had been passed down for thousands of years turned out to be a tattered robe. This was too unimaginable. One must know that the monastic robe was a supreme treasure of the Buddhist path left behind by the Buddhist Lord. However, Heavenly Monk Dharma had no choice but to accept this fact. The old monk in the ancient temple should have passed away 30,000 years ago. He lived until now to protect this monastic robe. The old monk paid the price with his life. This tattered robe should be that item. The old monk had passed away. There was no more Buddhist energy coming from the ancient temple in the valley. Heavenly Monk Dharma was stunned for a while before he turned around and left. At this moment, the entire wildlands was trembling. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky, instantly lighting up the world. The rain became heavier and the wind started to blow. Torrential rain, gales, and snow raged across the world. This extreme phenomenon caused billions of lives to tremble. This was the might of the heavens and earth. No one could resist it. This was a great disaster. Some of the weaker races would be eliminated. Those who survived would be the strongest. Terrifying divine might of the extreme Tao enveloped the entire world. 3 different types of divine might of the extreme Tao were fighting in the depths of this world. Fortunately, the power of the extreme Tao did not leak out. Otherwise, the entire world would be destroyed. The power of the extreme Tao could destroy the world. This was not a lie. Buzz. Inside the extreme Tao Grand Formation, the violet gold divine sword vibrated continuously. The divinity within the sword had already awakened. It displayed its divine might of the extreme Tao. Every beam of violet gold sword light shot up tens of thousands of zhang, tearing apart the world. This sacred sword restrained most of the power of the extreme Tao Grand Formation, greatly reducing the pressure on Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron floated in the sky, moving like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. Streams of primordial chaos energy fell from above like dragons, protecting Gu Fei and He Tian below. This ancient cauldron could suppress the 10 Taos of the heavens. Everywhere it passed, even the runes of the extreme Tao were suppressed. The runes around the mountain and river cauldron dimmed. This was a contest between two great Taos. The Tao of the mountain river cauldron suppressed the Tao of the extreme Tao array. At this time, Gu Fei and the others couldn't care less about the changes in the array. They only cared about forcing their way forward. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, even if it was an extreme array, they would still be able to break through it. Within the cauldron of mountain and river, the cauldron spirit was awakened. It was like a supreme god, displaying extreme divine might. The power of the great path condensed into patterns and imprinted themselves into the surrounding space, suppressing everything. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and He Tian moved forward with great difficulty. The primal qi in front of them was vast and mighty, and beams of primal divine light kept sweeping towards them from all directions. However, when the countless beams of primal divine light approached the mountain and river cauldron, they were suppressed. The light dissipated and disappeared into the void. They couldn't even get close to Gu Fei. However, what made Gu Fei and He Tian feel a great sense of danger was that the power of the mountain and river cauldron could not completely block the mighty divine might of the extreme Tao outside. The divine aura of the extreme Tao was so powerful that it could ignore the great Tao of heaven and earth. A single strand of divine aura could crush everything in the world. Even a real saint, if exposed to this kind of divine aura, would be instantly destroyed and killed by it. The yin and yang energy on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. Cracks kept appearing on his physical body, but these cracks quickly healed. He was under great pressure. On the other hand, He Tian had stepped onto the 5th minor step of the Almighty Realm. In terms of cultivation level, he was 3 minor steps higher than Gu Fei. However, his situation was worse than Gu Fei's. The powerful pressure that seeped in from the outside caused He Tian's divine soul to tremble, and cracks appeared on his forehead. He had no choice but to use invisible divine swords to protect himself and resist this pressure. Boss, this extreme Tao ancient formation covers an area of thousands of kilometers. At our current speed, we won't be able to pass through it, even if we spend a day. He Tian felt terrible. The longer they wasted time, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Ridiculous! Who laid down this ancient formation? It's so insane. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. One should know that he had already used 2 extreme saint weapons, but they still couldn't suppress the ancient formation. What kind of concept was that? Could it be that an extreme Tao formation could contend against 2 extreme Tao sacred weapons? Boom! At this moment, the violet gold divine sword fell from the sky like a real dragon from beyond the heavens. It directly pierced a large hole in the extreme Tao ancient formation. The ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers instantly collapsed. Countless Tao runes dissipated, turning the area into a chaotic void. Countless extreme Tao runes were instantly destroyed. However, the destroyed Tao runes rapidly reformed and the ground rapidly repaired itself. The area within a radius of several dozen kilometers was restored in the blink of an eye. This, Gu Fei and Erebus couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This formation had already given birth to a spirit god that could repair the formation runes on its own. This is an indestructible ancient formation. Erebus said such words. Just like how divine weapons of the great path could endure countless tribulations and still exist in the world, this ancient formation that had already given birth to a spirit god within it would also be indestructible throughout the ages. It coexisted with the great path. Looks like I have no choice but to kill them. Gu Fei made up his mind and released the other half of the peerless ominous saber. It was a peerless ominous weapon, a supreme saint weapon refined by an extreme Tao brute. Boom! The other half of the peerless ominous saber instantly erupted with billions of saber lights, shattering the heaven and earth. An extremely domineering aura instantly swept across the entire extreme Tao ancient formation. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Half of a dragon's body surged out from the peerless, ominous saber. A primordial aura spread from the dragon's body. Although it was only half a dragon's body, the dragon's body was still tens of thousands of meters long. It emitted a terrifying, murderous aura that soared into the sky and swept in all directions. This time, no matter how heaven-defying the extreme Tao ancient formation was, it still suffered a great impact. The formation's operation immediately slowed down, showing signs of being suppressed by the three extreme Tao forces. The appearance of the fourth extreme Tao force caused the billions of living beings in the wildlands to tremble. This was especially true when the aura of the peerless, ominous saber appeared in this part of the world, causing all living beings to feel suffocated. Even some of the old-timers were shocked. How is this possible? How could there be so many supreme forces in this part of the world? Some of the old-timers were visibly shaken. The extreme Tao force could sweep through everything, and even the heavenly Taos were suppressed by it. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1485. The appearance of the peerless saber caused the billions of life forms in the wildlands to tremble in fear. The tyrannical aura was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Rumble! 3 beams of immortal light flashed in the depths of the world, causing the world to shake as if it was about to collapse. It was a scene of doomsday. If this world was destroyed, billions of life forms would be plunged into misery. Not many would be able to survive. Even some of the old antiques wouldn't be able to guarantee their survival. The power of the ancient formation was gradually being suppressed. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it couldn't contend against the 3 sacred weapons. It was only a matter of time before it was suppressed. Furthermore, the ancient formation had fused with the wildlands, allowing it to draw upon the energy of the entire wildlands for its own use. That was also why it was so heaven-defying. Endless amounts of worldly essence were being sucked away by the ancient formation, causing the spiritual energy of the wildlands to gradually thin out. This shocked the various races in the wildlands. If the spiritual energy of the world was sucked away, the entire world would become a land of death. As for Gu Fei, who had caused all of this, he had no idea that the outside world had undergone a tremendous change. He and He Tian were using the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves as they rushed toward the core region of the wildlands. The place where the origin of heaven and earth was located was protected by the ancient formation. For countless years, no one had been able to enter that place and come into contact with the origin of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was probably the only one below the extreme grade supreme stage who could barge in. Swish! Beams of chaotic divine light appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. This was the light of destruction condensed from chaotic energy. Wherever it passed, the world would be annihilated without a sound. Billions of beams of destructive light descended, but they couldn't stop the mountain and river cauldron. Bzzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the ancient beast's soul on it showed signs of awakening. Waves of baleful energy rushed out of the cauldron, and the beast image on the cauldron began to emit waves of soul power. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The peerless, ominous saber that had turned into a 30,000 feet long, ominous dragon caused countless Tao patterns to crumble. The power of the extreme Tao ancient array couldn't stop this ominous dragon. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone refined an azure dragon into a vicious saber. Could it be true? He Tian's heart shook when he saw the peerless, vicious saber transform into a vicious dragon. In ancient times, it was a legendary era. At that time, there was no such thing as an extreme supremacy. However, in that era, there were supreme existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme supremacy. The ancient mythological era was too long ago. In today's world, there were only bits and pieces of legends from that era. As for whether the legends were true or false, it was already impossible to verify. The peerless, ominous saber transformed into a ferocious dragon that rampaged through the extreme Tao Ancient Array and finally plunged into one of the array cores of the extreme Tao Ancient Array. Buzz! The peerless, ominous saber vibrated, and a broken saber the size of a huge mountain appeared on the ground, suppressing one of the array cores of the extreme Tao Ancient Array. The countless Tao patterns around the ominous saber immediately dimmed. The operation of the entire ancient array was immediately affected. The billions of chaotic divine lights of destruction instantly dissipated by half, and the power of the extreme Tao showed signs of dissipating. At the same time, the violet gold divine sword also seized an opportunity. It transformed into a gigantic sword that pierced into the other array core of the extreme Tao Ancient Array. Rumble! The extreme Tao Ancient Array trembled, and a large number of Tao patterns around the violet gold divine sword instantly dimmed. The extreme Tao Ancient Array was almost broken, but it was still operating. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already protected Gu Fei and Heitian as they rushed out a few hundred miles. They were about to break through the ancient array, but at this moment a powerful figure of the extreme Tao appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. What? Gu Fei and Heitian were shocked to the extreme. It was a figure formed by the condensation of chaotic energy. It was like a real person, and it emitted an aura of the extreme Tao as it surrounded them. How is this possible? Could it be the doing of the spiritual god of the ancient array? Erebus was extremely nervous. This was also the first time he had encountered an ancient formation that had given birth to a spirit god. He knew that only when one's mastery of the Tao of formations reached an unimaginable height would the formation become sentient and have its own will. Bang! One of the chaotic god who was walking towards them made his move. With just a punch, the ferocious power of the extreme Tao shook the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaotic energy swept out like a huge dragon, blocking the punch of the chaotic god that could destroy the world. What's going on? At this time, Gu Fei realized that there were 9 chaotic gods surrounding them. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the mountain and river cauldron. How could they fight against 9 chaotic gods? Gu Fei and Heitian were dumbfounded. They did not expect that the ancient array would have such a change just as they were about to break out of it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. One of the chaotic gods, wielding the primordial sword, shot out a ray of sword light. It broke through the void of heaven and earth as it charged towards Gu Fei and Heitian, who were below the mountain and river cauldron. Could it be that these 9 fellows have their own consciousness? Gu Fei and Heitian were shocked when they saw this. Everything in front of them was beyond their imagination. It was too unbelievable. There were actually 9 extreme Tao gods in the ancient array. It was too heaven-defying. Roar! A resounding roar could be heard from the mountain and river cauldron. A true dragon rushed out from the cauldron, and a ripple of energy that was not any weaker than a chaotic god could be felt from the true dragon. One of the 4 ancient divine beasts, Azure Dragon. It was a green true dragon that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Even though it was just a soul, it was still extremely powerful. It directly shattered the ray of sword light and clashed with the chaotic god. There were countless ancient beast souls suppressed on the mountain and river cauldron. Among these beast souls, the 4 ancient divine beasts were extremely powerful. Even though they were just souls, they were still extremely powerful. The other 7 chaotic gods attacked one after another. The ancient beast souls suppressed on the mountain and river cauldron were awakened one after another. They rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and clashed with the 9 chaotic gods. A white tiger that was as huge as a mountain spat out a gust of wind that blew a chaotic god backwards. A godly phoenix emitted boundless true fire that engulfed another chaotic god. A gigantic black tortoise charged towards another chaotic god. When the beast souls attacked, a huge battle broke out. Each of the 4 ancient divine beasts had the combat power of an extreme Tao sovereign when they were alive. Even though it was just their souls attacking, it was still extremely terrifying. Shadows of beasts continuously rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, other than the 4 ancient divine beasts, there were close to 100 beast souls that rushed out. These were ancient beast souls. Even though they were not as powerful as the 4 ancient divine beasts, their combat power was not to be underestimated. The appearance of this group of beasts was definitely earth-shattering. The 9 chaotic gods fought with a group of beast souls. Even the heavens and earth were pierced through. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1486. Even though the extreme Tao ancient formation was suppressed by the violet gold godly sword, the peerless ominous blade, and the mountain and river cauldron, it still displayed a terrifying power. The ancient formation formed 9 chaotic gods. Every chaotic god possessed the power of the extreme Tao. It was as if 9 extreme Tao supremes had descended. Even an extreme Tao supremes would have a headache dealing with such a situation. However, the mountain and river cauldron was still an extreme Tao sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. On the body of the cauldron, there were countless ancient beast souls that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron, blocking the 9 chaotic gods. Boom! A chaotic fist punched out from the midst of the countless beast souls. Under this fist, the beast souls were scattered in the void. However, the ancient beast souls that were suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron were indestructible. After being dispersed, they would reform on the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic god that just rushed out from the encirclement of the beast souls was instantly engulfed by the beast souls that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The chaotic god roared as if he had his own consciousness. His voice shook the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts to palpitate. These are the 9 combat bodies formed by the ancient formation's spiritual god. He Tian seemed to have noticed something and was extremely shocked. If he did not guess wrongly, these 9 chaotic gods were truly heaven-defying. Every single one of them had the power to destroy a part of the world. It was as if an extreme Tao Supremes had descended. The beast souls of the 4 ancient divine beasts could only stop the 4 chaotic gods in their tracks. 1. The chaotic god that wielded the primal chaos sword clashed with the black tortoise. The primal chaos sword shattered the heaven and earth, forcing the black tortoise's divine soul to retreat. Boom! The black tortoise's divine soul transformed into 10,000 feet tall. His overflowing soul power condensed into great Tao beast marks that shook the heaven and earth, forcing the chaotic god back. A dragon claw descended from the clouds towards a chaotic god. The terrifying power of the extreme Tao tore through the void and crushed everything in its path. Pum! The chaotic body fiercely collided with the green dragon claw that was as huge as a mountain. Cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding space, and then it collapsed into nothingness. The primal chaos god was sent flying into the primal void. Roar! The furious roar of the chaotic god could be heard from within the primal chaos. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself, but the chaotic god still managed to break through the primal chaos and charged out from within to fight against the azure dragon. The vermilion bird and a primal chaos god were fighting in another direction. The entire sky had turned into a sea of fire, and the divine fire had turned the ground into magma, causing the void to distort. The chaotic god who was fighting with the vermilion bird released chaotic divine light, blocking the boundless divine fire around him. He punched out again and again. The ferocious fist energy was something that even the vermilion bird did not dare to face head-on. In another direction, A white tiger the size of a mountain was spitting out astral winds from its mouth, causing the extreme Tao formation runes to almost collapse. The chaotic god who was fighting with the white tiger was in big trouble. It was as if he was being slashed by countless invisible blades, and the chaotic essence chi on his body was showing signs of being blown away. The beast souls of the 4 ancient divine beasts were extremely powerful, but they could only block the chaotic god and could not kill him. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron shook, and ancient chaotic beast souls rushed out one after another. An ancient chaotic aura filled the air. The beast souls that could be suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron were not weak. All of them were extremely powerful. Hundreds of beast souls rushed forward and blocked the remaining 5 chaotic gods. When such a group of beast souls swarmed forward, even an extreme Tao sovereign would be shocked. These beast souls were all ancient chaotic beasts. Among these beast souls, some of them were even close to the 4 ancient divine beasts. The entire world was pierced through, and the hundreds of beast souls turned the entire place into a piece of primal chaos. Even the earth, water, wind, and fire were unleashed. Let's go! When Gu Fei saw this scene, he immediately drove the mountain and river cauldron forward. In front of them was the boundary of the extreme Tao ancient array. As long as they could charge out of it, they would be able to escape from the range of the extreme Tao ancient array. Pum! The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in an instant. After a violent tremor, an ancient cauldron rushed out from the boundless chaotic divine light. Below the ancient cauldron, 2 figures appeared. "Haha, we finally left that damned place." He Tian laughed out loud. The feeling of escaping was really exciting. Fortunately, Gu Fei had many extreme Tao saint weapons with him. Otherwise, even if they had the mountain and river cauldron, they would still be trapped in the extreme Tao ancient array. Roar! Terrifying primal chaos silhouettes appeared behind Gu Fei and Erebus, enveloped by the primal chaos divine light. The power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. Beast souls condensed on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. The beast souls returned. Buzz! In the extreme Tao ancient array, there was a resounding sword chime. A purple gold divine light broke through the layers of chaotic divine light and rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array. The purple gold divine sword was kept by Gu Fei. Then a domineering and terrifying saber chi broke through the heavens and earth and directly rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array. The chaotic divine figures were destroyed by the saber chi. Wherever the peerless ominous saber went, nothing could stop it. Rumble! The extreme Tao ancient array was activated again. The area within 1,000 miles was like a chaotic world. The power of the extreme Tao was terrifying. This is Gu Fei and He Tian, who rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array, were immediately stunned by what they saw. They had entered a void of absolute darkness. There was no sky above and no earth below. It was pitch black all around. There was no light at all. In such a void, they had lost their sense of direction. It was as if time had stopped flowing. He Tian wanted to walk out of the void, covered by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. This place was too strange. After passing through the extreme Tao ancient array, they should be able to see the 9 underworlds. But in front of them there was only a pitch-black void. Furthermore, there seemed to be no end to this space, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be dumbfounded. Could it be that the yellow springs of the 9 underworlds were located in this pitch-black space? How were they supposed to find it? There was no direction, no light. There was no way to start. That 1,000-year Buddha Lord actually used this move. He Tian's eyes flashed. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to see through this void. But soon he realized that even with the yin-yang divine eyes, he could only see within 100 miles. Any further, and he couldn't see clearly. There's a force here that blinds everything. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even his martial path, heavenly eyes couldn't see through this absolute darkness. Could this be another trick left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign? Target equals _blank. Chapter 1487. Indestructible Martial, Lord Chapter 1495. Ancient Buddha ship. The dark space was incomparably cold and vast, as though there was no end to it. Gu and Hei Tian continuously traversed through this dark space, and one after another. The array platforms crumbled in the void, and the top-grade spirit jades turned into dust. There was no spirit energy here, nor was there any life force. Cultivators could not absorb even a strand of spirit energy here. What's going on? Could this really be a boundless dark void? After losing over 100 formation platforms, Gu and Hei Tian had no choice but to stop. At this moment, they had already entered a dark void. There was no light here, no direction, and they couldn't even feel the passage of time. Buddha once said that the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and you will be saved. Gu pondered for a while before saying these words. These were the words of the Buddha to guide people to do good. They had been passed down for countless years and were still the most ancient and classic words of the Buddha. You're saying that this is the sea of bitterness that Buddha spoke of. Hei Tian couldn't help being stunned. Could it be that this was something left behind by the Buddhist Lord? If that was the case, then they would never be able to come into contact with the legendary gate of reincarnation. We even made it through the extreme Tao Ancient Array. Could this place be even more terrifying than the extreme Tao Ancient Array? Hei Tian was unwilling to give up. They were only separated from the gate of reincarnation by this seemingly boundless dark void. In the absolute darkness of the void, only Gu and Hei Tian existed. It was as if the two of them had been exiled into the boundless void. At this time, it was already hard for them to back down. Is there any way to light up this place of absolute darkness? Gu asked after some thought. In this place where there was no direction, they could only find their way with light. Only by illuminating this place could one know what was hidden behind the darkness. Gu did not believe that there was such a thing as a sea of bitterness in this world. Aside from being a bit darker, this place was not a boundless ocean. The sea of bitterness was just a metaphor. Unless it's an extreme supreme being, no one can light up this place. Hei Tian thought about it for a while before saying this. This place was most likely a trap set up by the ancient Buddhist Lord, and it could only be broken by someone of the same level of power. Gu fell into deep thought. It was not that the power of the extreme path could not be borrowed, but it would require a lot of effort. It was not something that could be borrowed just because one wanted to. At this moment, Hei Tian's expression was also solemn. In this absolute dark void land, there was no spiritual qi, no life, and no extreme Tao power to stimulate the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, and the peerless ominous saber. It was not an easy task to awaken the mountain and river cauldron in such a place. Just as Gu and Hei Tian were at a loss as to what to do, a weak golden light suddenly appeared in the distance. A weak wave of Buddhist power came from afar. That is, Gu and Hei Tian were both shocked and overjoyed. They calmed down in an instant, then hid in the void and stealthily moved towards the Buddhist light in the distance. When they neared it, they could not help but be shocked. This was no Buddhist light. What appeared in front of Gu and Hei Tian was a ship. To be more precise, it was a Buddhist ship. This Buddhist ship sailed quickly in the dark void. It was unknown where it was heading. On the ancient ship, there was one Buddhist seal that was unique to Buddhism. It was the Buddhist light emitted by the one Buddhist seal that enveloped the entire ship, allowing it to resist the merciless corrosion of time. There was no aura of life coming from the Buddhist ship. This strange scene caused Gu and Hei Tian to be bewildered. However, in the end, they still decided to board this ancient ship to take a look. Could this dark void really be the legendary Bittersea? Gu naturally wouldn't take the risk with his true body. He mobilized his holy grade clone. This clone looked no different from Gu, but it emitted the fluctuations of holy grade energy. A holy grade immortal Tao clone was incomparably powerful. It soared into the sky and appeared above the ship in a single step. It then looked down. There was no one on the ancient Buddhist ship. Gu's Saint-class clone noticed that there were puddles of dried blood on the deck of the ancient ship. These bloodstains were not the usual brown color, but a faint gold. Gu's clone's heart shook. These faint, golden bloodstains indicated many things. A battle had once taken place on this ship. Only the blood of a virtuous monk would be golden. This was the golden Buddhist blood of the Buddhist sect. It contained Buddhist power and would not dry up. The golden Buddhist blood would only dry up after all the Buddhist power was drained away, turning into a faint golden mark. Clearly, a Buddhist virtuous monk was injured. That was why there were golden bloodstains on the ship's deck. Someone had injured a powerhouse of the ancient Buddhist sect. Gu's holy grade clone slowly landed on the deck. Inside the pitch-black cabin, there was an occasional cold wind, as if some peerless devil was hiding inside. The ancient Buddhist ship was sailing on its own, as if it was really sailing on an endless sea. No one knew its destination. The ancient Buddhist ship was shrouded in Buddhist power. Even Gu's clone's divine sense couldn't enter the cabin. It was blocked by a force. If one wanted to know what was inside the cabin, they would have to enter. Gu's holy grade clone walked towards the cabin. 9 supreme immortal lights rushed out of his body. The resplendent immortal light illuminated the dark void. And, borrowing the weak light, Gu's holy grade clone could vaguely see a figure inside the cabin. This made his scalp tingle. All of this was extremely strange. He didn't dare to be careless. Swish! Gu's holy grade clone shot a beam of light into the cabin, illuminating it. When the incarnation of ancient Gu saw the scene in the cabin clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? In the cabin there were many figures. There were monks sitting cross-legged. The entire cabin was filled with monks with their palms together and their eyes closed. There were no less than 100 of them. Furthermore, there was not the slightest trace of life on these monks, nor were there any fluctuations of Buddhist energy. It was unknown how long these monks had been dead. When Gu's holy grade clone wanted to enter the cabin, a gust of black energy suddenly surged out from the depths of the cabin. In an instant, it enveloped the entire cabin. An extremely evil aura suddenly exploded without any warning. In the black energy, a withered black hand silently reached for Gu's holy grade clone's chest, as if it wanted to dig out his heart. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1488. In the pitch-black space, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered an ancient Buddhist ship. The ship was dead silent, without a trace of life. In the hold of the ship, there were even corpses sitting cross-legged. Those were the corpses of monks. They were dressed in strange and ancient clothing. They were probably not people of this world. Seeing this scene, no matter how determined Gu Fei was, he couldn't help but change his expression. The ship was filled with corpses. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any wounds on the corpses of the monks. Could it be that he fought with someone and was instantly killed here by someone's great divine ability? Just as Gu Fei was bewildered and wanted to enter the cabin, a gust of black energy surged out from the depths of the cabin like a galloping horse. In the blink of an eye, the cabin was shrouded in black energy. At the same time, a skinny black claw silently reached out from the black energy, as if it wanted to rip Gu Fei's heart out. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His entire body radiated with immortal divine light. The strange black energy that pounced towards him was repelled by the divine light. It couldn't get close to him at all. Swoosh! One of the 9 strands of immortal light, circling around his body, rushed up and slashed at the lifeless black hand that was grabbing at him. The immortal divine light was like a divine rainbow. It was extremely fast. However, the extremely strange black hand retreated the moment the immortal divine light reached it. "What kind of demon are you? Come out and fight if you have the guts." Gu Fei stared at the cabin shrouded in black energy and said in a low voice, "In the absolute silence of the dark void, even a whisper could travel very far." His primordial spirit entered this saint-level avatar. He really wasn't afraid of anyone. It should be known that in this world where sages were extinct, the power of a sage represented the strongest power. Whether it was in the human world or the heavenly realm, there weren't many people who could use the power of a sage. Gu Fei's confidence came from his powerful battle prowess. In the face of absolute power, all divine abilities and magical arts were trash, unable to withstand a single blow. There was no reaction from the ancient ship. At this time, the ancient Buddha ship was already shrouded by an extremely evil aura. The golden Buddha light dimmed, and the swastika on the ship was also changing. The golden Buddha's power was transforming into the most evil and evil devil power, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The legend of the ancient Buddha turning into a devil was not groundless. In ancient times, there was once a great upheaval in Buddhism. There was a Buddhist Vedanta with profound cultivation who actually turned from Buddha to devil overnight, becoming a Buddha devil. This kind of existence was a combination of Buddha and devil. The two powers could change at will. Even those who cultivated the heavens, I would find it difficult to see anything. There was actually a Buddhist expert on this ancient ship that had turned into a Buddhist devil. The ancient Buddha ship gradually turned into a devil ship, emitting a monstrous amount of devil energy as it sailed forward. Its destination was unknown. In this pitch-black space, this ancient ship seemed extremely tiny. The devil on the ship didn't attack again, but Gu Fei could faintly see that there were figures moving around in the cabin. Could it be that the corpses in the cabin had come back to life? Gu Fei felt his scalp going numb. In this boundless darkness, he couldn't help but be shocked to see such an incomparably strange ancient ship. The senses of the primordial spirit didn't differentiate between the real body and the clone. Gu Fei's real body and He Tian were silently following behind the ancient ship. "I'm afraid this ancient ship has already been taken over by some devil." He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. The ancient Buddha ship turning into a devil ship was already an extraordinary thing. The evil power must have originated from the devil. Could it be that the devil has already entered this place before us? Gu Fei found it hard to believe. One had to know that this place was protected by an extreme ancient formation. What kind of devil could break in? Only a supreme demon lord of the extreme Tao could break through the extreme Tao ancient formation. He Tian didn't say anything. This was a great secret from the Yins. No one knew what would appear in this desolate land of origin. Very quickly, the devil ship rushed out for tens of thousands of miles. The devil energy on the ship gradually became stronger. It was as if a supreme devil was gradually awakening. Not good. Gu Fei's real body and He Tian felt uneasy. Clearly, the devil on the ship was gathering its power. When the devil energy on the ship reached its peak, the devil on the ship would most likely attack. Buzz! Above the demonic ship, Gu Fei's holy grade clone shuddered. The 9 streaks of divine light around him immediately shot out and pierced through the ship's hold. The resplendent light illuminated the entire void, dispersing the black mist in the cabin. When Gu Fei saw the scene inside the cabin, he couldn't help but be startled. The cabin was completely empty. Nearly 100 corpses were gone. How can this be? It was truly unimaginable. Could it be that these corpses had disappeared into thin air? This was too strange. This gave Gu Fei a bad premonition, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Boom! The ancient ship shook violently. The 9 divine lights struck the cabin, But to Gu Fei's surprise, they didn't penetrate the ship. The ancient ship was brimming with demonic energy. On the hull of the ship, the already black 10,000 Buddhist seal emitted a frightening demonic light. The ancient ship erupted with a vast wave of demonic energy, blocking the 9 beams of immortal light. This was the divine power of the immortal Tao at the sacred level. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. "Sneaky, shady thing," Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His immortal Tao God force surged rapidly as a powerful sage-level aura emanated from his clone, causing the entire void to tremble. Bang! Gu Fei conjured a giant hand with a divine immortal art and slammed it down on the ship below. The power of the giant hand caused the void below it to collapse. The power of a saint-grade cultivator was extremely powerful. This time, the ancient ship finally reacted. A figure, shrouded in black mist, walked out of the cabin. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. There was no one in the cabin just now, and the corpses of hundreds of monks disappeared. How could there be someone else coming out of the cabin at this time? This was too strange. This demonic ship wasn't simple. Boom! The 3 demonic shadows punched upwards at the same time. Boundless demonic power erupted from the fists of the 3 demonic shadows, meeting the huge hand that came crashing down from the sky. Rumble! The immortal force and demonic force collided. The dark void was illuminated by the explosion of light. The ancient ship shook violently from the impact, almost flipping over. The vast power caused spatial cracks to appear in the void. The 3 demonic figures actually withstood the attack of Gu Fei's Saint Avatar. This shocked Gu Fei. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1489. Gu Fei made his move. His saint-grade clone unleashed the power of a saint-grade expert, sending out a palm strike. Boundless immortal energy shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse. Book C Pavilion Dash. 3 demonic figures walked out from the hold of the ship as if they were threatened. Each of these demonic figures exuded a towering demonic aura as if a great demon was born. Gu Fei clearly saw that there was no one in the hold, but at this moment 3 demonic figures walked out from the hold, causing Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. This demonic ship was not simple. The 3 demonic figures didn't say anything, but directly attacked on the deck, throwing out 3 punches at the same time. 3 powerful demonic energies converged into a powerful current, colliding with Gu Fei's giant palm strike. Rumble! Muffled booms shook the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Numerous spatial cracks appeared in the pitch-black space, each of which was thousands of miles long. Primal chaos energy seeped out from the spatial cracks. This was a battle between the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao, a battle between the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. The 2 saint-grade experts clashed, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept out in all directions. The ancient ship beneath the 3 demonic figures sank tens of thousands of feet, shaking violently as if it was about to fall apart. However, the ship was already heading in the same direction. The demonic aura surrounding the 3 demonic figures standing on the deck dispersed, revealing their appearances hidden within the demonic aura. What? When Gu Fei saw the 3 demonic figures, he was shocked. These 3 demonic figures were actually the monks in the hold of the ship. Gu Fei clearly remembered that these 3 monks were 3 of the hundreds of monk corpses. At this moment, the 3 monks had already turned into terrifying fiendish demons. They were no longer the cold corpses they had been before. This is, in the distant sky, Gu Fei's true body and He Tian, who were hidden in the void, were equally dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This didn't seem to be as simple as the ancient Buddha turning into a demon. One must know that there were over 100 corpses of ancient monks on the ship. What kind of concept was that? If the corpses of these ancient monks were controlled by the devil on the ship, it would be a powerful force that could sweep through the entire world. Ancient monks had immortal bodies that could exist for an eternity. This was the immortal Buddha body that could only be cultivated by Buddhist Vedanta. In the ancient era, there were many experts. There were many more almighty existences than there were now. And orthodoxy, like the ancient Buddhist sect, which was founded by an extreme Tao supremacy, was naturally incomparably powerful. However, the fact that all the monks on the ancient ship were virtuous Buddhists was too frightening. However, in that golden era, this didn't seem to be impossible. The immortal Buddha body, transformed into a demonic corpse, was extremely powerful. Although it wasn't as powerful as they were when they were alive, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. Roar! The Buddha body demonic corpse suddenly roared in rage. A monstrous demonic aura surged from its body before it soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei. The pupils of each Buddha body demonic corpse turned blood red. Their faces were filled with hostility. Demonic chi rose from their 7 orifices as if something was hiding in their bodies. Although the Buddha body of the almighty Buddhist sect was powerful, it was far from being able to compete with Gu Fei's saint-tier doppelganger. The thing that could truly compete with Gu Fei's saint-tier doppelganger was the thing that was hiding in the Buddha body. Gu Fei quickly realized this point. A great battle broke out. The 3 Buddha body demonic corpses were extremely powerful. The immortal Buddha body was actually strong enough to compete with Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique. Bam! Gu Fei quickly threw a punch at one of the incoming Buddha body demonic corpses, forcing it back. Next, he executed the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived above the head of another Buddha-bodied demonic corpse and stomped down. Boom! Gu Fei directly stomped the Buddha body demonic corpse down. The Buddha body demonic corpse was like a meteor, sinking tens of thousands of feet in the pitch-black void before stabilizing its body. After forcing back 2 Buddha body demonic corpses, Gu Fei immediately rushed to the 3rd Buddha body demonic corpse. Void reversal! Gu Fei pressed his hand forward. A wave of immortal Tao divine force gushed out from his palm, instantly enveloping the Buddha body demonic corpse. The void trembled. The Buddha body demonic corpse turned transparent, as if it had become one with the void around it. It was then smashed into the void by Gu Fei. Roar! The Buddha body demon corpse roared as a powerful demonic power erupted from its body. It wanted to break through the void and rush out of it. Kill! Gu Fei roared and directly punched out. The violent immortal Tao force formed a terrifying torrent in front of his fist, directly piercing through the Buddha body demonic corpse that was smashed into the void. Bang! The near-transparent void that was frozen by Gu Fei suddenly shattered like a mirror. The Buddha body demonic corpse, like a reflection in the mirror, also shattered into thousands of pieces. A Buddha body demonic corpse was destroyed by Gu Fei just like that. There seemed to be a demonic shadow that wanted to rush out from the body of the Buddha body demonic corpse, but in the end it did not succeed. It was directly obliterated by the power of the void, leaving nothing behind. The void that was shattered like a mirror, along with the fragments of the Buddha body demonic corpse, were annihilated in the void. Sure enough, something is wrong. Gu Fei knew that these Buddha body demonic corpses were possessed by some kind of demonic will. The powerful Buddha body demonic corpse was turned into a devil corpse, and the demonic will also brought with it a powerful demonic force. Roar! Just as Gu Fei destroyed the Buddha body demonic corpse, an angry roar came from the ancient ship. The speed of the entire ancient ship immediately slowed down, as if something was about to rush out from the ancient ship. At this time, the other 2 Buddha body demonic corpses had already returned. Each of them surged with monstrous demonic chi, and there was a vague demonic shadow on the body of the Buddha body demonic corpse. It was a terrifying demonic face, indescribable. Deceiving the devil, Gu Fei shouted, displaying a supreme immortal Tao divine technique. 9 rays of immortal Tao divine light turned into 9 supreme immortal swords, exuding endless sword chi, and pierced towards the two Buddha-body demonic corpses. He wanted to defeat them one by one, so he only used one sword light to block one of the Buddha-body demonic corpses, and then the other 8 sword lights greeted the other Buddha-body demonic corpse. Buzz! The 9 supreme immortal swords vibrated at the same time, instantly breaking through the layers of demonic chi, and slashed towards the Buddha-body demonic corpse in the middle of the demonic chi. Each sword light tore through the void. Roar! The Buddha-body demonic corpse roared, and the demonic shadow behind the Buddha-body demonic corpse opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 5 supreme immortal swords were devoured by the demonic shadow. However, the demonic shadow could only devour 5 supreme immortal swords. The remaining 3 supreme immortal swords instantly nailed the Buddha-body demonic corpse in the void. At the same time, Gu Fei turned into a ray of immortal light and rushed past. When Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void again, bang! The Buddha-body demonic corpse immediately exploded behind Gu Fei, turning into a cloud of demonic chi and dissipated in the void. However, just as Gu Fei was about to destroy the second Buddha-body demonic corpse, an extremely dangerous aura was emitted from the ancient ship. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1490. The Buddha-body demonic corpse was extremely powerful. It was a demonic creature that was possessed by the demonic will. Although this demonic creature was terrifying, it was still no match for Gu Fei's saint-level avatar. Book C Pavilion - However, just as Gu Fei destroyed the second Buddha-body demonic corpse, the ancient ship that was sailing forward gradually slowed down. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from the ancient ship. Rumble! The entire ancient ship was shaking as if something was about to rush out of the ship. The entire ancient ship was filled with a mighty demonic aura, and the most evil power was rapidly condensing. Roar! At this time, the remaining Buddha-body demonic corpse charged over. Monstrous demonic aura shrouded the surroundings, and a terrifying demonic shadow appeared on the body of the demonic corpse. It touched its face ferociously as if it wanted to shatter the void with a roar. However, this was only a strand of demonic will and not the true body of this ferocious demon. It had the intention to kill, but was unable to truly threaten Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei's primordial spirit controlled the saint-level avatar and directly rushed forward. He punched out and smashed the claws of the demonic corpse, causing its palms to explode. Swish! He turned around and swept his right leg towards the waist of the Buddha-body demonic corpse, like a divine whip. The violent power caused the void to shake. Bam! Gu Fei's speed was too fast. This kick ruthlessly swept the waist of the Buddha-body demonic corpse and sent it flying. Its entire body was broken in the middle and black blood sprayed everywhere. Even though they had died countless years ago, the Buddha blood in the bodies of the ancient monks on the ancient ship had not completely dried up. However, the golden Buddha blood had already been demonized into ink-black demonic blood. The demonic blood was full of demonic nature. If a drop of demonic blood splashed onto the body, even a powerful expert would be instantly demonized and become a terrifying great demon. The demonic blood that sprayed out from the Buddha-body demonic corpse did not scatter in the void. Instead, it rapidly converged. In just an instant, a demonic shadow condensed from demonic blood appeared in front of Gu Fei. As for the 2 halves of the demonic corpse, they fell into the endless dark void and disappeared without a trace. So what? As Gu Fei spoke, all the immortal Tao God force in his body converged towards his forehead. As the immortal energy condensed, beams of immortal Tao God force shot out from between his brows. Swoosh! Like a world-destroying divine eye, a dazzling beam of divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's brows, piercing through the demonic figure in front of him. This was no ordinary immortal Tao God light. This immortal Tao God light contained great Tao runes and the power of the great Tao. Even a true devil would be injured if it was hit. The demonic figure was startled and wanted to escape back to the ancient ship. It left behind a series of afterimages in the void as it pounced toward the ancient ship with extreme speed. However, in front of Gu Fei, who possessed the world's fastest speed, this demonic shadow had no chance of escaping. The divine light of the great path that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows made a turn in the air and instantly caught up with the demonic shadow. Then, it instantly killed the demonic shadow. A wisp of demonic consciousness dissipated in the void. After the divine light of the great path killed the Buddha body demonic corpse, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered between Gu Fei's brows. Roar! On the ancient ship, demonic aura rose and terrifying roars sounded. An extremely evil aura engulfed the entire dark void, making one's scalp tingle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from within the cabin. Demonic shadows walked out from within the demonic aura. They were Buddha corpses, or more accurately, Buddha bodies that had been demonized. The corpses of the ancient monks that had disappeared reappeared, but these corpses had turned into terrifying, ferocious demons. 1, 2, 3. A total of 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses, exuding monstrous, demonic aura, walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck. The demonic ship finally stopped and stopped moving forward. The 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses all raised their heads and stared at Gu Fei in the sky with their crimson eyes that emitted a strange blood-red light. Those corpses have all been demonized into demonic corpses. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses were extremely evil and terrifying. The demonic consciousness that entered the Buddha bodies brought with it an extremely tyrannical power of the demonic path. The power of the demonic path on the Buddha bodies and demonic corpses made the demonized Buddha bodies extremely tyrannical. This time, a layer of pitch-black scales grew on the bodies of the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. These 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses were much stronger than the ones that Gu Fei had previously destroyed. When the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses stood together, even Gu Fei's saint-level avatar was secretly shocked. Roar! Suddenly, the 13 Buddha bodies roared at the sky at the same time, and the terrifying sound waves shattered the void. Then demonic aura erupted. In the pitch-black demonic aura, 13 figures soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei in the sky. Rumble! The 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses attacked together like an army from the demon world. The terrifying demonic fluctuations they emitted caused the entire pitch-black void to tremble. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei's true body and He Tian, who were hidden in the void, were incomparably nervous at the sight of this. 13 devil corpses. That was practically 13 fiendish devils that had emerged from hell. Kill! Gu Fei's immortal Tao, sacred physique emitted a boundless divine light. His entire person was like a sovereign of the immortal Tao above the 9 heavens. 9 divine lights coiled around him and descended from the sky, attacking the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. Buzz! The 9 divine lights around him vibrated at the same time, emitting terrifying vibrations. They turned into 9 great dragons that rushed towards the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. Boom! The 9 dragon shadows collided with the 13 Buddha bodies. The void trembled, and a large amount of demonic aura dissipated in the void. The 9 dragon shadows blurred and almost disappeared. Step on the 9 heavens. I am the sole sovereign. Gu Fei descended from the sky. When his foot landed, heaven and earth trembled. The 9 dim dragons were immediately filled with power again, emitting a boundless immortal light. This scene was absolutely shocking. Gu Fei, who descended from the sky on the 9 dragons, was like a supreme celestial venerate, displaying the aura of a saint realm expert. Bam! The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses that rushed at the front were immediately sent flying. Roar! The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses that came later roared and punched at Gu Fei. Endless demonic power erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time, and the entire void collapsed. It was too powerful. Gu Fei was actually beaten into the shattered void. Demonic corpses comparable to demon saints. How is this possible? Gu Fei's true body and Erebus, who were hidden in the distant sky, were dumbfounded. These Buddha corpses were too powerful. Just what was on this ancient ship that could create such killing tools? Book C Pavilion - Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1491. Boom! 7 or 8 fiend corpses attacked at the same time, unleashing a powerful punch that caused the void to collapse and even sent Gu Fei into the shattered void. Book C Pavilion - Good. A loud roar rang out from within the shattered void. Then a figure broke through the chaos and charged out from within the void. Buzz! The void trembled. With Gu Fei as the center, the void within a radius of 1,000 miles was locked. Everything was still. Even the rising demonic aura on the ancient ship was still. In this void of 1,000 miles, only Gu Fei could move freely. Swoosh! Divine light emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. There was the power of the great path inside, and a sword of the way condensed in front of his forehead. Swoosh! The spirit sword of the way took shape and flew directly in front of Gu Fei, killing the 13 fiend corpses that were imprisoned in the void. The sword light rushed up and instantly turned one of the fiend corpses into ashes, dissipating in the void. There was nothing in the world that could stop the power of the great path. The spirit sword of the way flashed again and again. In just an instant, 6 fiend corpses were killed by Gu Fei. The demonic thoughts on the fiend corpses did not even have a chance to escape. Roar! Just as Gu Fei killed the 6th fiend corpse, a terrifying demonic roar came from the ancient ship again. A powerful demonic power erupted from the ancient ship, breaking through the power of Gu Fei's imprisonment of the void and rushing over. The void of heaven and earth was like transparent ice, shattered by the ancient ship. The remaining 7 fiend corpses were freed and rushed onto the ancient ship. Boom! The ancient ship carried the 7 Buddha corpses and sailed into the boundless darkness, no longer fighting against Gu Fei. The mysterious existence on the ship seemed to have retreated. The saint-grade immortal Tao sacred physique was like a saint descending. The mysterious existence on the ship seemed to be unable to leave the ancient ship. Its power was suppressed, and the demonic will it released was destroyed. This also affected the mysterious existence on the ship. Enveloped by boundless devil chi, the ancient ship sped forward as if it wanted to get rid of Gu Fei. It didn't want to tangle with Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after it, but he immediately thought of something. He quietly slowed down as if he couldn't catch up to the ancient ship. Since he had already alerted the enemy, Gu Fei became even more careful. In the end, the ancient ship disappeared into the boundless darkness. However, Gu Fei wasn't shaken off by the ship. He stealthily followed it from afar. The saint-grade flying avatar and the true body converged. Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to know the secret of the ancient ship. Why was there an unimaginable devil entrenched here? Logically speaking, this used to be the territory of the eternal Buddhist Lord. How could there be a devil here? And how could the Buddhist Lord allow a devil to occupy this place without doing anything? One had to know that Buddhas and devils were natural enemies. In the past, when the eternal Buddhist Lord achieved his Tao, devils from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks came to disturb him. They wanted to destroy his foundation and stop him from achieving his Tao. The eternal Buddhist Lord's Tao heart was firm and unaffected by external devils. He successfully confirmed his Tao and struck with lightning speed. Countless devils were forcibly enlightened by him. Although this was a legend of the Buddhist path, it was enough to explain one thing: Buddhas and devils were irreconcilable existences. He Tian and Gu Fei thought of many things, but they couldn't understand why such a terrifying devil would appear in the core region of the wildlands. After the ship sailed for more than 100,000 li, the devil energy on the ship gradually dissipated. Gu Fei and the others followed behind the ship. They could faintly hear the chanting of scriptures. This, Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances. There was a change on the ship. The chanting in the void was coming from the ancient ship. Why was there chanting on the ship? Could it be that besides the mysterious devil, there were also ancient Buddhas chanting scriptures to subdue the devil? No one knew what was happening on the ship, but Gu Fei and He Tian could feel a Buddhist power awakening on the ship. The evil power of the devil path was being suppressed by the sacred power of the Buddhist path. Roars of disbelief came from the ship. Following that, the 10,000 Buddhist seal on the ship gradually turned golden, and the Buddhist energy turned into Buddhist radiance. The devil ship was transforming into a Buddha ship. This transformation caused both Gu Fei and Erebus to be dumbfounded. These were two completely opposite forces that walked the path of extremes. How could they transform into each other? It was too strange. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to feel their hairs standing on end. The ancient ship eventually turned into an ancient Buddhist ship, shrouded in Buddhist radiance. The devil power on the ship was completely suppressed by the Buddhist power. Gu Fei used his martial Tao heavenly eye to look at the ship. He could vaguely see figures moving about inside the ship. The corpses of the ancient Buddhist monks that had disappeared earlier had reappeared. There seems to be less corpses inside, He Tian suddenly said. He cultivated the yin-yang divine eye and could also see inside the ship. He discovered something strange. It was too strange. However, what shocked Gu Fei and Erebus the most was that this space of absolute darkness they were in seemed to be truly boundless and boundless. Even the desolate world had an end. Could this dark space be even vaster than the desolate world? How could this be possible? The Buddhist sovereign's method was too inconceivable. To use such a method to hide the origin of heaven and earth in the boundless darkness, who would be able to find it? Gu Fei and He Tian had no other choice but to enter the ancient Buddhist ship. However, they had to be wary of this ancient Buddhist ship turning into a devil ship. After traveling for about 1,000,000 miles, the speed of the ancient Buddhist ship began to slow down. After that, a stone platform the size of a small mountain appeared in front of the ship. This is when Gu Fei and He Tian saw this stone platform floating in the darkness. They were both surprised and happy. This was a refined stone platform. Although it didn't emit any energy fluctuations, the ancient and vicissitudes of the stone platform caused Gu Fei and He Tian to be incomparably shocked. The ancient Buddhist ship flew above the lotus stone platform. After that, a surge of Buddhist energy flowed down from the ship and poured into the refining stone platform. With the infusion of Buddhist energy, the ancient Buddhist runes on the refining stone platform began to emit a faint golden light. Ancient Buddhist array. He Tian was shocked. This refining stone platform was actually an array platform. This array platform was definitely related to the ancient Buddhist gate. Buzz. The lotus stone platform seemed to have absorbed enough Buddhist energy and suddenly shook violently. Countless Buddhist Tao runes seemed to have come to life, rushing out from the lotus stone platform and enveloping the ancient Buddhist ship in the sky. Not good. He Tian screamed and rushed towards the lotus stone platform. However, at this time, the space above the lotus stone platform trembled. The resplendent Buddhist energy instantly dimmed. The enormous ancient Buddhist ship actually disappeared before Gu Fei and He Tian's eyes. Book C Pavilion. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1492. It's the ancient Buddhist gate's teleportation array. Two silhouettes stood on an ancient stone platform that floated in the endless darkness. A voice came from the stone platform. Book C Pavilion - What should I do? Can it be activated? Gu Fei was a little nervous. He didn't know where the ancient Buddhist array had teleported the ancient Buddhist ship to. Perhaps this was a space of endless darkness created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was like a formless sea of bitterness that blocked the origin of the heaven and earth. Only by reaching the other shore would one be able to see the 9 nether springs and the gate of samsara. He Tian carefully analyzed the Buddhist Tao runes on the ancient stone platform. The ancient stone platform seemed to have existed since the creation of the heaven and earth, emitting a boundless aura. Several hours later, He Tian made various attempts, but the Buddhist Tao runes on the ancient stone platform showed no reaction. It seems like only the power of Buddhism can activate this platform. He Tian's forehead was beaded with sweat. The ancient runes on the stone platform were simply too ancient. Moreover, to activate this ancient array, one could only infuse it with boundless Buddhist energy. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't Buddhist almighties, so how could they infuse Buddhist energy into the ancient array? If only I had a supreme Buddhist weapon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. However, the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord had already appeared and taken away all the Buddhist weapons on him. At this moment, how could he find the power of the Buddhist Tao to activate the ancient array platform? Seems like I only have one way. Erebus thought about it for a long time before saying these words. What way? Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately became spirited. This ancient formation platform was floating in the endless darkness. It was most likely the passage left behind by the ancient Buddhist masters to enter the origin land of this heaven. However, the ancient Buddhist Lord was too cautious. This ancient array could only be activated by Buddhist energy to prevent the origin of the heaven and earth from falling into the hands of other cultivators. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord had already foreseen that outsiders would enter this place? Extreme Supremes possessed incredible mystiques. Perhaps the ancient Buddhist Lord really did peek into some heaven secret. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Wait, He Tian uttered one word. Wait. Gu Fei was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned on him. To them, this was already the best solution. Since there was an ancient Buddhist ship, there might be a second one. The ancient stone platform was like a dock in the sea of bitterness. Perhaps there were other ancient Buddhist ships anchored on this dock. Gu Fei and He Tian sat cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. They sat there for several days. Time could be said to be the most worthless thing to them who had cultivated successfully. Theoretically, as long as they cultivated to the immortal God realm, they would already be able to live forever. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Since there was life, there was definitely death. Although immortals and gods could live forever, they could also die due to various reasons. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Since there was life, there was also death. Although immortals could live forever, they could also die due to various reasons. In the silent and dark void, there was no sound or light. The absolute darkness and silence gave off a strong sense of oppression. There were no ripples of energy in this pitch-black space. Time passed silently. In this absolute darkness, it was as if the passage of time could no longer be felt. Gu Fei's group discovered that this ancient stone platform wasn't absolutely still in the void. It was slowly moving according to a certain trajectory. The stone platform's movement was too slow. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't notice it. Gu Fei and He Tian sat on the stone platform for more than 10 days. However, during this time, there was no second ancient Buddhist ship. They weren't in a hurry. They had plenty of time. 1 month passed and nothing happened. 2 months passed as well. Gu Fei and He Tian sat on the stone platform, motionless. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. Half a year passed. A cold aura gradually appeared thousands of miles away. On the stone platform, Gu Fei and He Tian still hadn't woken up. In this half a year, Gu Fei reflected on his path of growth, how he walked step by step to where he was now. The scenes that had been sealed in his mind in the past resurfaced in his mind, giving him many insights and greatly improving his state of mind. The cold and gloomy aura of thousands of miles seemed to be moving towards the ancient stone platform. After another half a year, the cold aura was already more than 1,000 miles away. Moreover, the range of this cold aura was shockingly large, actually covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were alarmed. They woke up from their meditations and stood up from the stone platform. They looked towards the direction of the cold aura. That is, thousands of miles away, a large expanse of gray mist appeared in the pitch-black void. The cold and gloomy aura came from that mist. Too strange. Mahakala's expression changed. The gray mist seemed to have enveloped the entire world and was gradually spreading towards the ancient stone platform. Although the speed was not fast, it would probably envelop the entire ancient stone platform in a few months' time. What was inside this strange fog? Even Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't see through it. "Let me go take a look," Gu Fei said as he rushed out from the stone platform. One step took him 100 miles. In just 7 or 8 steps, he was near the fog. That is, Gu Fei could vaguely see that there seemed to be many things floating in the fog in front of him. This was definitely rare in the dark void. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves, and a gust of strong wind immediately blew forward, blowing away a large patch of gray fog in front of him. A large hand suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This was a severed hand, the size of a small mountain. At the place where it was severed, the blood had dried up and formed a layer of black blood scab. Such a large severed hand, but it was unknown how long it had been floating in the fog. It was only when the fog was blown away by Gu Fei's strong wind that it was revealed. There was no breath of life on the severed hand, and the essence qi contained within it had completely disappeared. Gu Fei never thought that the fog would look like this. After he recovered from his shock, he waved his sleeves again and again, dispersing a large patch of gray fog. The space within a radius of 12 miles that was shrouded in gray mist appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. When Gu Fei saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He saw that in the void within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were corpses and a large number of broken weapons and chariots floating in the air. This was actually a battlefield that could move. Book C Pavilion dash. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1493. Under the shroud of the gray mist was a vast battlefield. This was something that Gu Fei and He Tian could never have imagined. This was an ancient battlefield floating in the dark void. Book C Pavilion dash. An ancient chariot lay in the void. It was covered with the marks of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The 3 beasts that pulled the chariot were decapitated. Cold corpses could be seen floating in the void everywhere. The entire area covered by the gray mist reached a radius of 100,000 miles. If the entire space covered by the mist was a battlefield, it would be too shocking. The vast battlefield had been floating in the dark void for God knows how long. Some of the supreme godly weapons had already lost all their essence and became pieces of scrap metal. However, some of the treasures were still shining with a cold light even though they were broken. Gu Fei continued to go deeper, dispersing the gray mist. The scale of the ancient battlefield was definitely shocking. Countless human and foreign race cultivators had died in battle here. It was hard to imagine that an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop after venturing several hundred miles into the fog-shrouded ancient battlefield, because the fog that had been dispersed behind him was gradually gathering again. If he ventured any deeper, he might get lost in this ancient battlefield. However, just as Gu Fei was about to leave the ancient battlefield, a golden light appeared in the mist ahead. This golden light was like a star that was infinitely far away, flickering in the mist. What is that? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. After dispersing the mist in front of him, he headed towards the golden light. He could feel a familiar fluctuation coming from the front. In the dead silence of the ancient battlefield, there was a cold and gloomy aura. It was as though he had walked into hell. However, there was a strange fluctuation coming from the golden light. What's going on? Could it be? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Instantly he became alert. As he approached the golden light, the fluctuation became even stronger. In the mist, an ancient lamp was floating. 3 realms Buddhist lamp. Gu Fei was startled, but he quickly shook his head. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp had long since been taken away by the Buddhist Lord's clone. It couldn't possibly appear here. However, he sensed an obscure fluctuation of Buddhist power coming from the ancient lamp floating in the mist ahead. Impossible! Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. This ancient battlefield had existed for God knows how many years. Even the essence of the divine weapons refined with divine materials had been completely lost to ordinary iron. But this ancient lamp still had a soybean-sized golden light flickering. It was unknown just how many years this Buddhist lamp had drifted in the gray mist, but it still released divine might not going out. This was extremely unordinary. Gu Fei stretched his hand out, wanting to take the ancient Buddhist lamp. However, at this moment, a black shadow walked out from the fog in front of him. Gu Fei was startled. Could there still be life in this ancient battlefield? An aura of death assaulted his senses. This was an ancient corpse that had lost all signs of life. Moreover, it was the corpse of an ancient Buddhist monk. At this time, this cold corpse was actually making a move against Gu Fei. That scared me. So it's a remnant while causing mischief. The cold corpse didn't have too much power. It seemed to be an instinctive reaction to protect the Buddhist lamp. This ancient monk's corpse was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's palm and shattered into pieces in the void. Although this ancient Buddhist lamp wasn't a Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms, it was definitely a supreme treasure of the ancient Buddhist gate. After so many years, the Buddhist energy contained within the ancient lamp hadn't completely dissipated. Gu Fei successfully obtained this ancient Buddhist lamp. At this time, demonic howls suddenly rang out from the depths of this ancient battlefield. It was as if countless demons were startled, causing the gray mist to violently surge. A powerful and evil aura erupted from the depths of this ancient battlefield. There was an unknown and terrifying evil being rapidly approaching the place where Gu Fei was. Sure enough, there's a change. Gu Fei's expression changed. He directly used his extreme 8-step speed, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. He rushed out of the ancient battlefield, unwilling to stay for even a second longer. With just a few steps, he had already rushed out of the area, shrouded by the mist. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl resounded from the depths of the mist. The gray mist was surging, and the endless mist gradually condensed into a giant skull, emitting a heart-palpitating evil aura. What is that thing? On the ancient stone platform, He Tian looked at this scene in shock. He activated his yin-yang divine eye and scanned the surging gray mist. Within the mist, there seemed to be figures faintly discernible. Rumble! The evil aura was mighty between the heaven and earth. An unimaginably powerful evil force shook the heaven and earth. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own, chasing after Gu Fei like a galloping horse. Swish! Gu Fei's figure flashed in the pitch-black void. Every time he flashed, he would appear 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that the mist behind him simply couldn't compare. Very quickly, Gu Fei rushed up to the ancient stone platform. Just as Gu Fei arrived at the ancient stone platform, the ancient Buddhist lamp in his hand immediately lit up. The power of the ancient Buddhist lamp resonated with the ancient stone platform. On the ancient stone platform, ancient Buddhist runes began to light up. There's hope. Gu Fei and He Tian were both surprised and happy. On the ancient Buddhist lamp, a huge Buddhist power was awakening. Rays of golden Buddhist power descended from the Buddhist lamp and entered the ancient stone platform. Buzz! The void was vibrating. Gu Fei and He Tian felt the pores on their bodies opening up. It was as though they were immersed in a pool of hot water. It was extremely comfortable. At this moment, a ball of Buddhist light surged out from the ancient stone platform, enveloping them. The ancient array is activating. He Tian was incomparably excited. They had been here for a year. Now, they could finally leave this damn place. Although they didn't know where the ancient Buddhist array would lead to, it was definitely better than staying in this absolute darkness of the void. Gu Fei and He Tian raised the ancient lamp together. The void around them was distorting, and a spatial passageway was forming. At this moment, the endless gray mist condensed into a giant skull and rushed over. It opened its pitch-black mouth and tried to devour Gu Fei and He Tian, as well as the ancient stone platform beneath their feet. The aura of death enveloped the entire area. The terrifying evil creature that was born in the ancient battlefield actually wanted to devour the entire void. It was truly too domineering. Buzz! At this critical moment, the void violently shook. A ball of golden Buddhist light had already enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian. It rushed into the open spatial passageway and instantly disappeared. Book C Pavilion. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1494. In the nick of time, Gu Fei and He Tian successfully activated the ancient Buddha array. A Buddhist aura enveloped them as they rushed into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Book C Pavilion dash. Boom! The giant skull swallowed everything, but it was only one step away. It only managed to devour the ancient stone platform. However, the Buddhist energy was vast and mighty, and the gray mist that formed the skull collapsed in an instant. The sacred Buddhist energy was the nemesis of the evil energy that was born in the ancient battlefield. Roar! An angry roar came from within the gray mist. The mist immediately retreated like a receding tide, and an ancient stone platform fell from the sky. Gu Fei and He Tian were transported out by the ancient Buddha array on the stone platform. The mysterious existence in the mist continued to roar, causing the entire void to tremble. The ancient Buddha array broke through the void, and a Buddhist aura enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian as they moved rapidly through the spatial tunnel. Their surroundings were filled with colorful lights, and from time to time, a divine rainbow would appear in front of them, disappearing behind them. This was a spatial shift, and Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely familiar with such a thing. They did not make a sound, but both of them were extremely nervous because they did not know where the spatial tunnel would lead to and what was waiting for them in front of them. The period of traveling through the void was the most unbearable because the extreme speed would cause people to think that time and space had frozen, and they would not be able to feel the existence of anything. After what felt like tens of thousands of years, but also like an instant, light suddenly appeared in front of the spatial tunnel. Gu Fei and He Tian were instantly overjoyed. However, they realized that even if there was light in front of them, the light was very far away from them. Since there was light, they could feel the passage of time. This was a type of law of heaven and earth, and it came from the front, allowing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel it. Shwa! After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei and He Tian finally rushed out from the spatial tunnel. After that, the Buddhist aura dissipated, and the broken void was once again restored by the law of heaven and earth. This is, when Gu Fei and He Tian saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. This was a purgatory. In the distance, there was a towering mountain, and there was a dark yellow substance spewing out of it. The ground looked like it had been scorched, showing a dark brown color like a scab on a wound. The sky was dark, and ribbon-shaped clouds floated in the sky. Some of the clouds even fell from the sky to the ground. Black tornadoes wreaked havoc around the mountain, showing no signs of dissipating. The dark yellow liquid flowed down from the mountain in front of them, forming thousands of gullies. An indescribable stench assaulted their nostrils, causing Gu Fei and Hei-Tian to be unable to speak for a long time. Purgatory, a true purgatory! There was a small river flowing in front of Gu Fei and the others. The water in the river was dark yellow and disgusting, like the liquid that flowed out of a corpse. From time to time, bones could be seen rolling in the dark yellow water. Could this be the legendary 9 nether springs? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Although he had imagined what the 9 nether springs looked like, he never expected it to be like this. The black clouds in the sky almost covered the ground, and blood-colored lightning flashed from time to time. In the distance, where the dark clouds shrouded, it seemed like it was raining blood. Is this the most evil place in the world according to the myths and legends? Hei-Tian's voice was trembling. The scene in front of him was too shocking. The water that was spewing out of the mountain in front of them should be the water of the yellow nether. In the void, there seemed to be the roars of countless ghosts and evil spirits, as if there were countless ghosts struggling. If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. A peaceful aura suddenly appeared in this extremely evil world. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that there was a Buddha-like existence guarding this place? This was a weak spiritual will fluctuation, but it was real. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian sensed it. Both of them had an incredulous look on their faces. This place was filled with death and yin qi. It was a place where yin qi and death qi gathered. Cultivators could not cultivate here, nor could they absorb any spiritual energy from the outside world. Even if it was a sage, if he stayed here for a long time, his essence qi would be drained away bit by bit until he died of exhaustion. Let's go and take a look. Gu Fei was about to soar into the sky, but at that moment his body trembled. He felt that his cultivation was being suppressed in this place. However, Gu Fei's body still soared. Although there was a mighty evil force in this place, it could not completely suppress him. Hei-Tian could also fly, albeit with some difficulty. The two crossed the small river in front of them and flew towards the mountain that was spewing yellow springs water. They were very careful because they did not know what dangers were hidden here. The yellow springs in the legends had existed for countless years. The history of the yellow springs could even be traced back to the beginning of the world. The ancient Buddhist Lord moved the yellow springs to this place. Even with his supreme cultivation, it was difficult to refine the yellow springs. This was enough to explain many problems. That is, when Gu Fei and Erebus crossed a mountain ridge in front of them, they saw the scene in front of them. What they saw was the Yellow Springs Sea. The dark, yellow, stagnant water of the yellow springs drowned everything around the mountain. Yellow mist rose above the Yellow Springs Dead Sea. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian could only see a few small islands around the mountain. Everything else was a blur. A ship was anchored next to the Yellow Springs Dead Sea. This ship was the Buddhist ship that Gu Fei's group encountered in the endless dark void. The ancient ship was quietly anchored there without any signs of life. The Buddhist force and demonic energy were silent, just like an ordinary ancient ship without any eye-catching features. If Gu Fei and Hei-Tian hadn't seen the extraordinariness of this ancient ship, they would have boarded it and sailed out of the Dead Sea. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian arrived at the shore of the Yellow Springs Dead Sea. At this point, they could no longer fly in the void. This place was the gathering place of endless evil and evil forces. It was the gathering place of all the filthy things between heaven and earth. Over the endless years, it was unknown how many powerful and terrifying evil spirits were born here. Only the ancient Buddhist Lord had such great perseverance. He actually wanted to refine the yellow springs of the legends, but in the end he still failed. Roar! From the depths of the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs came a hair-raising roar. There seemed to be the sound of water, and there seemed to be a huge creature rolling about in the Dead Sea. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1495. Gu Fei and He Tian finally entered the legendary 9 Nether Yellow Springs. This was a filthy land that had existed since the beginning of the world. Book C Pavilion. The water of the Yellow Springs could contaminate all divine weapons and magic treasures in the world. Even a great saint weapon, refined by a great saint, couldn't resist the corrosion of the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei and He Tian came to the side of the Dead Sea, formed by the Yellow Springs. The entire Yellow Springs Sea was shrouded in the most filthy aura in the world. An extremely evil power suppressed Gu Fei and He Tian's cultivation. At the edge of the Yellow Springs Sea, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't even fly. The ancient Buddhist ship was anchored on the shore, silently moving up and down along with the dark yellow seawater. At this time, the ancient ship was incomparably quiet. There were no strange movements. The Buddhist power and demonic power seemed to be completely silent. Could it be that this place suppresses all powers? He Tian was shocked. The legendary Yellow Springs was actually like this. It was quite different from what he had imagined. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs shouldn't be like this. The Yellow Springs that existed since the beginning of the world couldn't just be a mountain spewing Yellow Springs water. This was the result of the ancient Buddhist Lord using his supreme Dharma to refine it for countless years. However, even the ancient Buddhist Lord could only do this much. He couldn't completely refine the Yellow Springs. Refine? There were too many filthy things accumulated over countless years. This place once gave birth to a great demon that shook the world. An invincible evil lord was also born here. He once killed his way to the heavenly world and plunged countless lives into misery and suffering. Everyone believed that the 9 Nether Yellow Springs of the legends was the source of evil in the world. Many peerless characters wanted to destroy this source of evil. However, since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded. Even some supremacies had cowered in the face of this legendary source of evil. It had to be said that the eternal Buddha Master was truly stunning. He possessed great wisdom and willpower, actually wanting to refine the 9 Hells Yellow Springs with his own strength. Some said that the Buddhist sovereign succeeded, while others said that he failed. However, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, the 9 underworld Yellow Springs in the legends had disappeared. The Buddhist Lord had almost succeeded, but the 9 Hells Yellow Springs still existed. What should we do? He Tian said, based on the current situation, they would have to board the ancient ship in order to get close to the mountain that was spewing the 9th underworld spring water. The mountain stood in the center of the Dead Sea of Yellow Springs, and it was the source of all Yellow Springs. There's no rush. We still don't know where the legendary Gate of Reincarnation is. Gu Fei activated his Martial Path Heavenly Eye and scanned the huge mountain in the center of the Yellow Springs Dead Sea. Ravines could be seen everywhere on the great mountain. The ravines flowed down from the peak of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, and then converged at the Dead Sea, forming the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs that was tens of thousands of miles in circumference. Roar! Terrifying roars constantly rang out from the depths of the dark yellow Dead Sea. It sounded like the sound of water, but it was very weak. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to hear it at all. The location of the Gate of Reincarnation. He Tian couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This was a problem. The legend that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Wildlands was not very reliable. The Wildlands had given birth to many peerless characters throughout the endless years, and all of these invincible existences wanted to attack this place. However, when Gu Fei's group successfully entered this place, they found themselves in such a situation. It seems that we need to understand this world first. He Tian pondered for a moment. They had no understanding of this foreign world at all. If they acted rashly, it was very likely that they would die here with a grievance. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian had no choice but to stop at the shore of the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. They moved out many rocks from the inner world and built a simple stone house next to the Dead Sea, paying attention to the movements in the Dead Sea at all times. In this place, the world was dusky and there was no distinction between day and night. However, after a certain period of time, a cold wind would blow in this part of the world, and then a rain of blood would fall. This kind of blood rain contained an extremely strong corrosive power, and it could devour all life essence. Gu Fei once pulled out an ancient tree from his inner world and threw it into the blood rain. In just an instant, the ancient tree, which was more than 10 zhang tall, rapidly withered and finally turned into rotten wood. It was no wonder that there was no life here. The evil energy here suppressed the growth of all life. Apart from evil spirits, no life could survive in this place. Gu Fei's group had been constantly observing this part of the world. 10 days passed, and on this day, the sound of water suddenly came from the shore. Wah! A colossal creature was crawling out of the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. The water of the Dead Sea surged, setting off huge waves, and the yellow mist dissipated. That is, this kind of movement naturally alarmed Gu Fei and Hei-Tian. The colossal creature that was crawling out of the Dead Sea was actually an incomparably huge bone dragon. Its dark bone body flickered with a frightening black light. Within its huge skull, there was a bright yellow light that emitted a powerful fluctuation of soul force. Undead creature! Hei-Tian was incomparably shocked. There were too many legends about the source of evil in myths and legends. The strongest demon lords all came from here. This bone dragon was incomparably powerful. Its baleful aura stirred up the surrounding death energy. A saint-level existence. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. It was truly hard to imagine. Sages were extinct in this world. If this terrifying creature were to rush out, one could only imagine what kind of commotion it would cause. At this time, the bone dragon had already discovered the existence of Gu Fei and Hei-Tian. Buzz! The void trembled, and a visible ripple spread out in all directions with the bone dragon's head as the center. This was an extremely powerful divine sense. It's using a killing move right from the start. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian were both shocked. An ancient cauldron promptly appeared above Gu Fei's head. Primordial chaos chi descended and protected them. The bone dragon's powerful divine sense was immediately blocked. Swoosh! A powerful figure rushed out from under the mountain and river cauldron. The aura of a martial sage swept through the sky and earth, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. 9 streaks of immortal Tao divine light swirled around his body. The most divine and holy immortal Tao aura made the entire world around him become peaceful. When the skeletal dragon saw Gu Fei, it seemed to have some misgivings and did not continue to attack. However, this was only a momentary hesitation. Boom! The bone dragon soared into the sky, emitting a boundless evil might. The yellow light in its skull blossomed with a light 10 times brighter than the sun. Kill! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. A beam of primordial spirit light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a sword, piercing through the skull of the bone dragon. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1496. The huge bone dragon was as huge as a mountain. It soared into the sky from the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. It was a dark mass that covered half the sky. Book C Pavilion dash. A yellow mist spread out from the bone dragon's body, and the powerful power of death spread out. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately attacked. The primordial spirit, Tao sword, shot out from his brow and pierced the bone dragon's skull. The power of the immortal path spread out in all directions. The power of a saint was unbelievably strong. Those who had not reached that level would not be able to understand how strong and terrifying this power was. Buzz! The Tao sword vibrated, and mysterious divine marks of the immortal path appeared, condensing the power of the great path. Anyone who was cut by this sword would be injured by the great path. Injuries of the great path were difficult to heal. This was a power that could injure a saint. The bone dragon seemed to sense the danger. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark yellow light of death towards the primordial spirit Tao sword. Yellow mist shrouded the world. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword was unstoppable. It broke through the yellow light of death, and its momentum did not diminish at all. It continued to pierce the bone dragon's skull. The bone dragon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! The primordial spirit Tao sword pierced through, and a large number of broken bones fell from the sky. The bone dragon roared, and a terrifying wave of will swept out in all directions. Although it avoided being hit in its vitals, its bone body was still pierced by the primordial spirit Tao sword. This was a saint-level bone body, but in front of the primordial spirit Tao sword, it was like tofu and it was cut through. The primordial spirit Tao sword turned in the void and flew back again, attacking the bone dragon. This was a sword that had been given a will by Gu Fei. It would not stop until it hit its target. Boom! The void trembled and the bone dragon, which was like a mountain, rushed into the sky. Then the light of the soul in the dragon's skull shone brilliantly, and a ball of soul fire rushed out of the bone dragon's skull. Under the burning of this yellow evil fire, even the void was annihilated. There were faint traces of the way in the fire. This was a terrifying kind of way fire. If one was burned, even a saint would be in danger. Gu Fei's primordial soul, sword of the way, collided with the yellow flame of the way. This was a confrontation of the power of the great path. Both the sword of the way and the flame of the way released the most powerful power of the great path. Then they dissipated in the void together. Gu Fei was secretly startled. This undead wasn't simple. It was a terrifying saint-rank existence. If he didn't have this saint-rank immortal Tao sacred body avatar, he would have died here today. Who are you? A voice rang out within Gu Fei's mind. It was a wave of divine sense that could directly affect a cultivator's mind. This undead creature was communicating with Gu Fei. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard this. Then he was delighted. Perhaps he could get what he wanted from this undead creature. Who are you? Gu Fei asked back. This was a conversation between experts. At this time, Gu Fei's real body and Haitian had already retreated thousands of miles away. They were quietly watching from afar. I am the Black Emperor War General under the Dark Lord. The bone dragon's words revealed a sense of arrogance. However, in front of Gu Fei, it restrained a lot. It should be known that the expert in front of it was definitely not weaker than it. No matter where, no matter when, the strong would be respected. Dark Lord! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The 9 underworld actually gave birth to a terrifying demon. This news shocked him. An expert like you should serve the Dark Lord. The bone dragon actually wanted to rope in Gu Fei. For millions of years, no human had appeared here. The bone dragon didn't know that this expert in front of it was from the outside world. The 9 underworld was a world of its own. People from the outside couldn't enter, and people inside couldn't leave either. That Dark Lord should serve me. Gu Fei said disdainfully. This Black Emperor actually wanted to rope him in. It was truly ridiculous. How dare you? The Black Emperor was furious. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A large amount of soul Tao fire rushed out from his skull, engulfing the void in front of him and burning towards Gu Fei. There was nothing more to say. Since their paths were different, then they would fight. A battle between saints erupted. Gu Fei used all kinds of sacred immortal techniques to fight against the bone dragon. His body was covered in 9 rays of immortal light as he walked within the bone dragon's soul Tao fire. Bang! Boundless divine power of the immortal Tao gathered on Gu Fei's right hand in a frenzy. Then he unleashed the sky-encompassing palm. The palm blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire space, directly breaking through the layers of soul flames of the way, emitting terrifying ripples as it slammed towards the bone dragon Dark Emperor. This was a shocking scene. A giant dragon bone body that was as large as a mountain was covered by a giant hand and then slammed down from the sky. What? The bone dragon Black Emperor was both shocked and angry. His opponent was too strong. He could actually suppress it. This was absolutely unimaginable to it. One had to know that in the entire underworld, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could defeat it. Boom! The giant bone body fell from the sky into the dead sea of the underworld, creating a huge splash. Many bones could vaguely be seen in the sea. Let's finish this quickly. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used the power of ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. It was as if a supreme immortal had descended into this world. The void seemed to be unable to withstand his existence. The void around him rippled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly dove down. At this moment, the bone dragon Black Emperor was struggling to rise from the sea. At this moment, a power so powerful that it made the bone dragon Black Emperor feel despair descended from the sky, scaring the Black Emperor out of its wits. "Spare me!" The bone dragon Black Emperor wanted to beg for mercy, but Gu Fei completely ignored its pleas. He directly attacked and shattered the Black Emperor's skull before capturing the soul fire within it. Gu Fei's hand shone with boundless immortal light. He used his domineering will to read the bone dragon Black Emperor's memories. This method was simple and direct. After a long while, Gu Fei finally stopped. By now, he had already wiped away the soul contained in the fire of the soul, turning it into a pure strand of soul energy. Gu Fei didn't waste this soul force. He directly refined it to strengthen his primordial spirit, because he knew that he would have a fierce battle soon. As it turned out, many demons had been born in this Yellow Springs world over the years. Among the demons, the Underworld Sovereign was the strongest. The Underworld Sovereign grew from a weak demon to the ruler of this world. His growth was simply a legend. It was unbelievable. The Underworld Sovereign defeated all the powerful opponents who were qualified to become the ruler of this world. He had 3 saint-level existences under his command, and the Bone Dragon was one of them. Just when the primordial spirit of the Bone Dragon was erased by Gu Fei, a black, demonic jade suddenly shattered in a floating demon palace at the peak of the Yellow Springs Mountain. Swish! The moment the demonic jade shattered, 2 rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared from the depths of the demon palace. It was 2 terrifying gazes that swept out from the demon palace. Who is it? Who dares to kill my subordinates? An extremely powerful force erupted from the demon palace, causing the entire mountain to shake. Huge waves rose at the exit of the Yellow Springs, and skeletons could be seen floating. When the powerful divine consciousness swept out in all directions from the mountain, Gu Fei and Heition had already escaped thousands of miles away. The Underworld Sovereign's demon palace is at the mouth of the Yellow Springs. He wants to obtain something from the mouth of the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei obtained an important piece of information from the Bone Dragon's memory. The Underworld Sovereign had been plotting for many years to obtain an ancient object from the mouth of the Yellow Springs, but he had never succeeded. However, what kind of ancient object was it? Even the Bone Dragon, one of the 3 saint-level battle generals under the Underworld Sovereign, didn't know. This surprised Gu Fei. The Underworld Sovereign is the ruler of this world. The thing he wants is definitely extraordinary. Could it be the legendary gate of reincarnation? Heition muttered to himself. This was really hard to say. In this world, what else could cause the Underworld Sovereign to plot for thousands of years? Very likely. Gu Fei also believed that only the legendary gate of reincarnation could cause an existence like the Underworld sovereign to covet it. However, since the underworld sovereign could be called a sovereign, his cultivation and strength were most likely much stronger than the bone dragon. Even if he wasn't an extreme evil demon, he was at least an emperor among saint-level experts. Such an existence, Gu Fei knew that even if he had the immortal Tao sacred physique, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Gu Fei and He Tian felt a headache. Against such an existence, their lives might be in danger. They had to be cautious. They didn't want to die here. The ancient Buddha ship was still drifting on the Yellow Spring Sea. Gu Fei and He Tian roamed around the Yellow Spring Sea. They realized that the atmosphere in the Yellow Springs Sea seemed different. From time to time, they could see powerful silhouettes in the fog. There were powerful evil demons patrolling. The bone dragon's death infuriated the underworld sovereign. However, the killer's tracks couldn't be found. However, there were various signs that the bone dragon died in the hands of an outsider. Even the underworld sovereign personally came out, but it was useless. Gu Fei and He Tian hid in their inner worlds at the crucial moment. No one could sense their existence. What should we do? He Tian was at a loss. The underworld sovereign was too powerful. That kind of fluctuation made one's heart palpitate. When it appeared, the entire world would sink into darkness. It was like the supreme ruler of darkness. Its demonic might shook the heavens and earth. Compared to the bone dragon that died in Gu Fei's hands, it was unknown how many times stronger it was. We can only defeat it with our wits. Gu Fei knew that such an invincible evil demon couldn't be defeated by force. Even if he used an extreme saint weapon, it would be difficult to kill it in one strike. The only way was to defeat it with wits. Chapter 1497. Date: October 18th, Indestructible Martial Sovereign Mane. Text chapter 1505. Chapter 1505, Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord Indestructible Martial Sovereign Mane. Text chapter 1505. Chapter 1505, Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord, Xian Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main Text chapter 1505. Chapter 1505, Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign Mane. Text chapter 1505. Chapter 1505, Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord Novel Name. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Family 3rd Young Master Type. Xian Huan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, updated quickly. The Dark Lord was known as the strongest existence in the Yellow Springs. He was probably a saint emperor. Among the saint emperors, there was a smile called the Strong List. Free novel, such an existence was only one step away from becoming a great saint. He was incomparably terrifying. Killing a saint was as easy as killing an ant. Scheming against such an existence was easier said than done. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to be cautious. For more than 10 days, Gu Fei and He Tian had practically traveled through the entire Yellow Springs. In this extremely evil world, there were many terrifying regions. For example, 3,000 li to the east of the Yellow Springs, there was a valley shrouded in death chi. Under the ground, there was a spring that spewed out endless death chi. In the depths of this spring, there was probably a terrifying existence lurking. Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to go near. 10,000 miles to the west of the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs, there was a bloody light that soared into the sky. It dyed the sky the color of blood. There was a pool of blood with a radius of 10,000 feet. There was a kind of happiness called waiting. Although the pool of blood was only 1,000 zhang in circumference, it emitted an evil aura that caused the sky to change color. The blood in the pool of blood seemed to be the blood of a ferocious demon, full of demonic nature. Gu Fei and He Tian were 100 li away, but they were already affected by this demonic nature. Even their souls were shaken. They hurriedly retreated. This part of the world is too evil. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Danger lurked everywhere in the 9 underworlds. Some places were even more terrifying than the forbidden areas of the human world and heaven world. After more than 10 days, they found a few places where they could set up the formation. They wanted to trick the Dark Lord, and the place they chose was 30,000 miles away from the Yellow Spring Mountain. Even someone as powerful as the Dark Supremacy would find it hard to cover such a distance in an instant. This gave Gu Fei and He Tian time to catch their breath. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to determine their life and death. Free novel. For the next 6 months, Gu Fei and He Tian roamed the mountain ridges without alerting any undead creatures. In these 6 months, a big event happened in the Yellow Spring Mountain. A powerful demon actually wanted to challenge the Dark Supremacy, wanting to pull him down. Gu Fei and He Tian witnessed the battle. It was an ancient ship with monstrous, demonic energy. It was riding the wind and waves of the Yellow Spring Sea, attacking the Yellow Spring Mountain. Dozens of demons rushed out of the ship like an invincible demon army, clashing with the Dark Supremacy's group of demon generals. That battle had caused the void to shatter. Countless demonic path powerhouses had perished. The demonic blood that rained down from the Yellow Springs Mountain dyed the waters of the Yellow Springs black. There's a kind of wisdom called being willing. In the end, the Dark Supremacy took action and forced the ship to retreat, protecting the Yellow Spring Mountain. There's a peerless demon in the ship. After the battle, Gu Fei and He Tian's scalp tingled. That ship was the ancient ship they encountered in the boundless dark space. They never thought that the demon inside the ancient ship would be so powerful that it could compete with the invincible Dark Supremacy in the Yellow Spring Mountain. There was a peerlessly powerful demonic being trapped in the ancient ship. From the beginning to the end, that peerless demonic being had not shown itself, but the demonic might that it exuded made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts palpitate. It seemed like the peerless demon on the ancient ship wanted to challenge the invincible Dark Supremacy. That was why it didn't show its true strength. After that battle, the situation in the Yellow Spring Mountain changed dramatically. Many demons sought refuge with the great demon on the ancient ship. Inside the ancient ship, the subordinates of the unparalleled great demons quickly gathered many strong demons. This kind of situation became advantageous to Gu Fei and He Tian. The Dark Lord had to divert his attention to guard against the peerless demon in the ancient ship. In this way, their chances of success increased by a little. In this half a year, He Tian was almost exhausted. He carved a corner of the extreme Tao array pattern in a mountain ridge. Although it was only a corner of the array, it was enough to deal with the Dark Supremacy. Other than a corner of the extreme Tao incomplete formation, He Tian had also set up many ultimate formations, such as the 10 extreme formations, 7 slaughter formations, and so on. He was going to kill the underworld sovereign, and the great Qin Empire had to take a look. The Dark Lord was too powerful. He Tian felt that if he didn't put in enough capital, it would be impossible to trick this invincible expert of the Yellow Springs realm. The trap was dug. Now, it was waiting for the Dark Supremacy to jump in. However, the Dark Supremacy was not a fool. There was no reason for him to jump into a trap. On this day, Gu Fei's figure appeared outside one of the strongholds of the Yellow Spring Mountain in the Yellow Spring Hung. It was a tall tower made of black stone, and its purpose was to monitor the movements of another force thousands of miles ahead of it. Bam! Gu Fei only punched once, and the stone pagoda collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere, and the devils inside the stone pagoda immediately turned into minced meat. Several demons on the top of the tower were blown away. Rocks came crashing down. Immediately, 2 demons' bodies were smashed into pieces, and only their primordial spirits escaped. Roar! Enemy attack! A demon's body emitted demonic light and shattered all the rocks that came crashing down. Then he soared into the sky. Clang! This demon's body pulled out a demonic sword and directly slashed at Gu Fei. A sword light crossed thousands of feet and fell on Gu Fei's head. You are. When he shouted, the demon's body realized that Gu Fei was not a demon. Instead, he was a life form that was full of vitality. He had never seen this kind of life form before. These demons were born in the Yellow Springs after the disappearance of the ancient Buddhist masters. They did not know the existence of the human race. However, these demons were also beast summoners who had transmigrated to another world in human form. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He punched again and directly shattered the sharp sword chi of the demon's body. Then he soared into the sky and slapped the demon's body with his palm. Bam! This demon's body was directly shattered by Gu Fei's palm. The demonic sword in his hand was also shattered by Gu Fei's powerful strength. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. The two primordial spirits of the demons were frightened out of their wits. They immediately used the primordial spirit escape technique and fled in an instant. Gu Fei smiled. He did not make a move. If he wanted to kill the primordial spirits of the two demons, it could be said that it was effortless. However, he wanted the primordial spirits of the two demons to report to him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. However, a vigorous life aura condensed in the void. This was his aura. Soon, a figure rushed down from the Yellow Springs mountain. A demon shadow was shrouded in a mass of demon chi. A pair of blood-red eyes emitted a frightening blood-red evil light. This ferocious demon had sensed the aura left by Gu Fei in the void. Foreign life form, it's him. He's finally appeared again. In the midst of the devil chi, the demonic figure muttered to himself. Then, in an instant, all the devil chi instantly converged. Swoosh! The devil chi and the demonic figure disappeared in the void. Chapter 1498. Date: October 19th, Indestructible Martial Sovereign Tech 1506. Chapter 1506 Emperor U Indestructible Martial Sovereign Tech 1506. Chapter 1506 Emperor U Xuanhuan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506 Emperor U Return to the Indestructible Martial Sovereign Catalog Text 1506. Chapter 1506 Emperor U's novel name. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Author. Liang Clan's third young master type. Xuanhuan Fantasy Indestructible Martial. Sovereign remember. Text. Update quickly. Let's see where you can run to in the dark world of online games. A demonic shadow flickered in and out of the dusky world. Every time it appeared, it would appear 100 miles away. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Pureness the demonic shadow seemed to be chasing something, and soon disappeared into a mountain range. Boom! A terrifying wave suddenly erupted in the depths of a mountain range 30,000 miles away from the Yellow Springs without warning. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire Yellow Springs. Roar! A fearful roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, rays of divine light of the great Tao shot out like dragons, piercing through the void and into the depths of chaos. What's that? What's happening? Are the two Supremes fighting again? The terrifying wave shocked the Yellow Springs within 100,000 miles. This was a power different from the Yellow Springs. This power made all the demons feel extremely disgusted. This was the power of the immortal Tao, the complete opposite of the demonic Tao. The immortal Tao and the demonic Tao were natural enemies. These two powers could not coexist. This isn't a power that belongs to us. There's an outsider invading the song of heavenly wings. Soon, some of the demons felt that something was wrong. The power of the immortal Tao exploded, and in the depths of the mountain range, a domain of the immortal Tao was opened. Under the cover of the immortal Tao's aura, a shocking change occurred there. Grass burst out from the ground in that region. Flowers and grass grew rapidly, and large trees began to appear. In just a short amount of time, the region enveloped by the power of the immortal path turned into a small world full of life. What a vigorous life force! All the demons were attracted by this life force. This exuberant life force could be transformed into pure demonic power. Many of the demons were tempted. Shahaj, pure text, however. At this moment, the small world that was brimming with vitality was filled with Tao marks, and a figure emitting powerful mana fluctuations was rushing around. Swoosh! Tao marks of the great path rushed up from the ground and turned into a peerless killing light that strangled the demonic shadow. In just a short while, the demonic shadow was slain inside. This, outside the mountain ridge, when the demons saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. Some of them recognized the origin of the demonic shadow and were even more shocked. The Dark Lord has fallen inside. Some people were dumbfounded when they saw that devilish figure fall in that small world brimming with life. They thought that the invincible devil sovereign of a generation had died just like that, becoming a god in another world. It's an incarnation. Someone saw through the truth. It was just an incarnation of the Dark Lord that was slain inside. However, even so, it was enough to stun all the demons. One should know that it was an incarnation of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was an invincible devil sovereign in 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring world. What would happen if his incarnation was slain? Roar! Just when the demonic shadow was completely slain by the killing light formed by the Tao marks, a terrifying roar came from the direction of the Yellow Spring Mountain. The roar traveled for 30,000 miles, and it was still as shocking as before. With such an existence of demonic might, it was obvious who it was. The Dark Lord was coming. All the fiend race powerhouses were greatly alarmed, and then retreated far away in all directions. Rumble! The overwhelming devil chi came from the direction of the underworld mountain and covered the entire world. It was like a huge black curtain was covering the world. A terrifying demonic might spread out from the monstrous demonic aura, shaking the world within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring world. All the demons were trembling in fear, as if a supreme devil lord had descended. Humph! How majestic! A cold snort came from another direction. A demonic ship surrounded by demonic aura came from afar. On the demonic ship, there was a terrifying demonic shadow that also exuded supreme demonic might. You Emperor! The monstrous demonic aura quickly surged over. A cold voice came from within the demonic aura. The voice was filled with killing intent. The Underworld Lord had actually gone against the demonic figure on the demonic ship. He had forgotten the heaven's love. Dark Lord, it's time for you to get lost. That thing in the Yellow Spring should be mine. The demonic shadow on the demonic ship was also filled with murderous intent. The Dark Lord did not speak. After a while he said, I didn't expect that the Yu Emperor who was banished to the eternal darkness could still return. I really want to know how you did it. Humph! Thank you for banishing me to that damned place. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that this place was just a cage. The demonic shadow that appeared on the demonic ship was the other giant demon that fought with the Dark Lord for the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring. This giant demon was the Yu Emperor who was once as famous as the Dark Lord. Back then, the Dark Lord and the Yu Emperor fought so fiercely that heaven and earth collapsed. Even the Yellow Spring was shaken. The intensity of that battle was really indescribable. In the end, the Dark Lord won. However, although he defeated the Yu Emperor, he could not kill him. Therefore, the Dark Lord banished the Yu Emperor to the eternal darkness. There was an endless dark void there. As long as one was banished there, even a Saint Emperor of the demons would not be able to find his way back. Among the demons, very few knew about the grudge between the Dark Lord and the Yu Emperor. Only the ancient demons knew about the great battle that happened countless years ago. It should be known that there were not many demons that survived that battle. In the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring, almost all the demons were exterminated. All the demons that supported the Yu Emperor were slaughtered by the victorious Dark Lord. Not a single one was spared. As for the demons that supported the Dark Lord, there were only a few dozen wind god transformations from another world that survived. The demons of the later generations all developed and grew with such a foundation. Since this is just a cage, why did you come back here? In the demonic aura, the Dark Lord was shocked. The other party seemed to know about this great secret of the world. I want that thing in the Yellow Spring. On the demonic ship, the demonic shadow directly stated his purpose. It was very simple. He wanted something in the Yellow Spring. This thing seemed to be very important to him. Impossible. The Dark Supremacy refused without even thinking about it. He had plotted for 1,000 years and even moved the Devil Palace to the Yellow Springs. All of this was for the sake of obtaining the item that was floating in the Yellow Springs. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The Emperor's tone immediately turned cold. At this time, the Dark Lord could no longer care about the small world in front of him that was filled with vitality. It should be known that countless years ago, the Emperor was the only opponent that he was wary of. The two great Saint Emperors were facing off. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Emperor spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. All the experts of the demons were trembling in fear and terror. What should we do? Gu Fei and He Tian, who were hiding in the distant sky, could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The development of the situation was no longer within their expectations. Chapter 1499. Things had developed beyond Gu Fei and He Tian's expectations. They had wanted to trap the Dark Lord for a period of time with incomplete extreme Dao array, and then they could sneak up the Yellow Spring Mountain to steal the ancient treasure in the Yellow Spring Eye. Book C Pavilion. However, the Nether Lord had schemed for 1,000 years to obtain the ancient treasure in the mouth of the Yellow Spring. Gu Fei and Erebus knew that their chances of obtaining the ancient treasure were very slim. But even if there was only a sliver of a chance, they could not waste it. However, the Dark Lord and the Ghost Emperor were facing each other. The two demons had fought before, and their fight had caused the heavens and the earth to lose color. The Ghost Emperor was extremely powerful, and he had almost killed his way to the peak of the Yellow Spring Mountain. The grudge between the two demons had reached a level where they could not live under the same sky. Rumble! The Dark Lord and the Ghost Emperor's power was increasing rapidly. On the ancient ship, figures with monstrous demonic aura walked out. They were powerful Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. The ancient Buddha monk's corpse had been taken over by the Ghost Emperor's demonic will. This was a supreme demonic art. More than a dozen demonic figures, and each of them emitted a powerful saint-level aura. The demonic figure that appeared on the demonic ship became more solid, as though it was going to materialize and walk out of the void. The pressure of a Saint Emperor shocked all directions. Opposite the demonic ship, in the demonic aura that shrouded half the sky, a demonic figure was faintly discernible, and it also emitted the terrifying waves of a Saint Emperor. Fight! In the demonic aura, the Dark Lord's cold voice came out. Kill! The Ghost Emperor's true body did not appear, but on the deck of the ancient ship, the dozen or so Buddha bodies and demonic corpses roared at the same time. They soared into the sky and charged towards the demonic figure in the demonic aura. The dozen or so Buddha bodies and demonic corpses roared at the same time. Their voices shook the void, and visible, transparent ripples appeared. A large amount of demonic aura was dissipating. Rumble! At the same time the ancient ship moved. Like 100,000 demonic mountains, it pressed forward, and the void collapsed, forming terrifying spatial cracks. Bang! The Nether Sovereign made his move. Boundless demonic energy condensed into a demonic hand that covered the sky. It emitted terrifying demonic energy fluctuations and grabbed at the dozen demonic shadows that were rushing over. The two invincible Saint Emperors began to fight. The peerless devilish might swept through the heavens and the earth, causing all the demons in the entire Nether Spring to tremble with fear and terror, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. Let's fight, let's fight. It's best if both sides suffer. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly delighted. Then, they silently fled into the distance. Under the cover of the inner world energy, no one would be able to sense their presence. At this time, the demons from the two camps rushed over from all directions and started fighting in the distance. A bloody battle broke out. The masters of the demons were attracted over, which was very beneficial to Gu Fei and He Tian. Although the distance of 30,000 miles was not short, with Gu Fei and He Tian's cultivation, it was only a matter of time. The Nether Spring Mountain soon appeared in their vision. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the shore of the Nether Spring, a powerful demonic energy fluctuation erupted from the Nether Spring Mountain. Then a demonic cloud rushed out from the Nether Spring Mountain and flew towards the direction of the battle between the Nether Sovereign and Emperor Yu. The Nether Sovereign's subordinates were mobilized. In the Nether Spring world, the demons who had cultivated to a certain level could fly freely, but outsiders like Gu Fei and the others were suppressed by this world. How do we cross the sea? This was a difficult problem. The closer they got to the Nether Spring Mountain, the stronger the demonic energy of the Nether Spring. On the shore of the Nether Spring Sea, Gu Fei and He Tian already found it difficult to fly. How difficult is this? Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw it into the sea. The mountain and river cauldron landed on the surface of the sea, and the water of the Nether Spring could not corrode the mountain and river cauldron at all. An extreme sacred artifact was extraordinary after all. Even the water of the Nether Spring, which could corrode all spiritual objects in the world, could not corrode the spiritual chi of an extreme sacred artifact. This works too. He Tian was dumbfounded. This was an extreme sacred artifact. If it sank into the Nether Spring Sea, it would be a tragedy. In this place, even sages would not dare to enter the Nether Spring Sea. Gu Fei ignored He Tian and jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron. Then he began to advance towards the Nether Spring Mountain. He Tian hurriedly jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, there was a strange fluctuation in the Nether Spring Sea. Shadows of souls appeared at the edge of the dark yellow seawater and gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. However, these evil creatures in the sea did not dare to get too close to the mountain and river cauldron. What is this? Gu Fei was very shocked. The Nether Spring Sea did not seem as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were strange, evil creatures in the sea. Once something entered the Nether Spring Sea, these evil creatures would appear. Shadows of demons appeared on the surface of the sea, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Soon, the sea near the mountain and river cauldron was densely packed with black shadows. I don't know. It's very evil. Mahakala couldn't tell what these black shadows were. If they were devils, they would have broken out of the water long ago. This kind of evil thing that looked like a soul, but also like a devil's shadow, gave off a hair-raising feeling. Gu Fei did not care what these things were. He drove the mountain and river cauldron quickly on the dark yellow sea. The mountain and river cauldron did not sink into the Nether Spring Sea. However, Gu Fei and the others could clearly sense that there was a strange force in the sea that wanted to pull the mountain and river cauldron into the sea. More and more black shadows gathered around the mountain and river cauldron. However, none of them dared to approach the mountain and river cauldron. Yellow mist floated above the sea. Gu Fei and the others quickly approached the Nether Spring Mountain without anyone noticing. The Dead Sea of the Nether Spring had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The Yellow Spring Mountain stood in the center. The yellow spring water that flowed down from the mountain converged to form the Dead Sea. This was the most evil place in the world. It was considered the source of evil in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. As for Gu Fei and the others, they were heading towards the source of evil in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. The ancient treasure in the mouth of the Nether Spring should be the legendary gate of reincarnation. Something that could make a sacred emperor underworld Lord covet it for 1,000 years was definitely extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and enveloped them. The evil power in the dead sea of the nether spring could not affect them at all. Soon, the yellow spring mountain was in front of them. At the foot of the mountain, there were many palaces and historical sites. Gu Fei and the others even saw a dilapidated ancient temple among the historical sites. Some demons were on guard at the foot of the mountain. From time to time, demons could be seen patrolling the mountain. In this critical period, the demons under the underworld lord did not dare to be careless. Gu Fei and He Tian crossed thousands of miles of the Dead Sea without anyone noticing. Then, they found their way to the Yellow Spring Mountain. Chapter 1500. There were many historical sites on Yellow Spring Mountain, but most of them were in ruins. Only the new buildings built by the Dark Lord's subordinates stood tall on this mountain. Book C Pavilion. Rather than calling it a mountain, it would be more appropriate to call it a big fountain because the peak of the mountain was the mouth of Yellow Spring. No one knew where the source of Yellow Spring was. Even the ancient Buddhist lord could not find the source of Yellow Spring. A peerless evil power spread out from this mountain, covering the entire 100,000 miles of Yellow Spring. There was only the demonic power of Yellow Spring in this place. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Spring rejected all other powers. It was difficult for any other power to survive in this place, and eventually it would be worn away. Gu Fei and He Tian had the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, so the evil power of Yellow Spring Mountain could not affect them at all. The power of the extreme path sacred weapon was enough to fight against this evil power. This was also the reason why Gu Fei and He Tian dared to touch Yellow Spring Mountain. If it was someone else, even a great saint would not be able to stay in this place. In the end, they would have to retreat. Only the power of the extreme path could fight against the power of Yellow Spring Mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian smoothly reached the halfway point of the mountain. But just when they thought that they could go all the way to the peak, a powerful demonic thought swept down from the peak of Yellow Spring Mountain, instantly making it impossible for them to hide. Enemy attack! A loud shout shook the void. Then, powerful demonic shadows rushed out from all over Yellow Spring Mountain, surrounding Gu Fei and He Tian. On Yellow Spring Mountain, demonic aura suddenly surged, and the experts of the demons on the mountain jumped out. A terrifying demonic shadow looked down from the peak. Blood-colored demonic light shot out from its demonic eyes. It was thousands of feet long, and the terrifying demonic power made people's hearts palpitate. This is when the experts of the demons saw Gu Fei and He Tian, they were all dumbfounded. The power of these two seemed to be their nemesis, making them feel that they did not dare to approach them. It's not Emperor Yu's men. It's an intruder from the outside world. On top of the mountain peak, the peerless, great demon shouted. Gu Fei and He Tian were brimming with life force. They were completely incompatible with the 10,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Humph! Seeing that they had been exposed, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately took action. Buzz! Gu Fei slammed his palm against the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron. When the mountain and river cauldron stood up, it let out a rumbling sound. The primordial chaos chi erupted and a powerful aura emanated from the mountain and river cauldron. What? The group of demons only felt that this ancient cauldron was like a divine sun. The energy fluctuations that erupted from it made their hearts tremble, and they actually felt fear. A large amount of demon chi was dispersed by the mighty aura of the mountain and river cauldron. Kill! A beam of purple gold divine light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Swoosh! A divine eye seemed to open between his eyebrows, and a beam of purple gold divine light shot out. Uft! A group of demons hundreds of feet in front of Gu Fei was hit by the purple gold divine light. Their demonic body immediately exploded, and even their primordial spirit could not escape. Both their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. At the same time, Tian also made his move. An almost transparent sword light flew out from his hand, instantly killing 3 demons, and then it flew back to his hand. Ever since the heavenly tribulation, Tian's control over the invisible divine sword had become even more proficient. He used the power of the heavenly tribulation to erase a saint-tier imprint on the invisible divine sword. This divine weapon was now Tian's divine weapon of protection. What? The surrounding devil race powerhouses were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. These 2 outsiders were incomparably powerful, and they actually killed 4 powerhouses in one go. Such combat strength made all the demons' hearts palpitate. How dare you! The demonic shadow on the mountain peak rushed into the sky and then pounced towards Gu Fei and Tian. Monstrous demonic qi instantly shrouded the entire world. Virum! With a loud sound, the power of the way condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a purple-gold sword rushed out. The primordial spirit sword tore through the void, directly piercing towards the terrifying demonic shadow in the demonic qi. This was the power of the Great Path. However, after the primordial spirit sword left the area covered by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, it was also suppressed by the world. The 100,000 miles of the netherworld suppressed all external forces. Even so, the demonic shadow in the demonic qi that pounced down was still threatened. The supreme sword qi of the primordial spirit sword destroyed everything, leaving a sword mark on the demonic shadow. Devour the world! The big demon roared, and endless demonic qi surged. A huge demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth. This demonic shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the primordial spirit sword. This is a demon saint. Gu Fei and Tian were shocked. They knew that the underworld's sovereign had 3 demon saints under him. Among the 3 demon saints, the bone dragon had already been killed by them. The other demon saint had already led a group of demons to help the underworld sovereign. Gu Fei and the others did not expect that there was still a demon saint guarding the netherworld mountain. It should be known that the underworld sovereign and the ghost emperor were fighting, and experts from all sides were coming in and out. Bam! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He slapped the bottom of the cauldron of mountains and rivers again. Then a figure rushed out of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Saint-level power spread in all directions, dispersing the surrounding demonic qi. This is 2 beams of blood-colored demonic light shot out of the head of the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. It swept its gaze over the figure that rushed out of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. It was extremely shocked. This was a figure that was surrounded by 9 beams of immortal Tao divine light. It was like a supreme immortal descending from the 9 heavens. This person was Gu Fei's saint-level clone. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to use his saint-level clone because he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Swish! The violet gold divine sword appeared in the hand of the saint-level clone. It then rushed towards the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The sword qi that spread out from the violet gold divine sword repelled the surrounding demonic power of the Yellow Springs, so that Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique was not suppressed by the demonic power of the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei's saint-level clone attacked with full force. Saint-level immortal Tao power erupted from the immortal Tao sacred physique. The immortal Tao sacred physique seemed to have turned into a divine sundae. It emitted billions of immortal Tao divine light, illuminating the entire world. Endless demonic qi was dissipating. The 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow showed signs of dispersing under the illumination of the immortal Tao divine light. The demon saint in the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow was shocked. The other party was extremely powerful. This kind of power made him feel great danger. He could not help but be moved. Swish! It was just one slash, a full force slash. This slash almost drained all the power of Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique. Under the infusion of endless immortal Tao divine force, this slash became the only thing left in the world. The 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow was split in half by this slash, shocking all the experts on the Yellow Springs. How is this possible? A demon saint's primordial spirit dissipated along with the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The dazzling sword light caused the Yellow Springs to lose its color. After the sword light killed the demon saint, it landed on the mountain. Rumble! The entire Yellow Springs mountain was shaking. A 10,000 zhang long sword mark appeared on the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a gap appeared in the Yellow Springs. A stream of Yellow Springs water gushed out from the gap, flowing down for 300,000 zhangs. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1501. With lightning speed, Gu Fei unleashed a powerful sword strike that killed the demon saint. The purple gold divine sword unleashed a powerful sword chi that left a terrifying sword mark on the Yellow Spring Mountain. Book C Pavilion dash. The power of the extreme sacred sword shook a hole in the mouth of the Yellow Spring. The dark yellow water of the Yellow Spring poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed down for 300,000 feet. This Gu Fei did not expect the sword strike to be so powerful that it created a hole in the Yellow Spring. The water of the Yellow Spring poured down. This was no joke. Boom! The water fell from the sky and washed away most of the demons on the mountainside. Only the strong demons had time to soar into the sky and escape. Gu Fei and He Tian jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron and drove it up to the top of the mountain. His sacred body of the immortal way was almost exhausted. However, he had a lot of divine materials that could help him recover his strength. He threw out a large pile of divine materials and used the mystic art of the immortal way to devour the divine materials that contain the vast chi of heaven and earth. Beams of immortal light rushed out from the front of Gu Fei's sacred body of the immortal way and entered the sacred body of the immortal way. The sacred body of the immortal way recovered its chi quickly. After killing the demon saint guarding the Yellow Spring Mountain, Gu Fei and the others were invincible. Some strong demons rushed up but were killed by Gu Fei's sacred body of the immortal way. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated. The sacred body of the immortal way kept devouring the spiritual chi of the divine materials. At the same time, a wisp of sword chi leaked out from the purple gold divine sword and swept out. Puff! The strong demons that rushed up were immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Although it was only a strand of sword energy, fluctuations leaked out from the extreme Tao sacred sword. It was enough to cut through everything. The demonic artifacts of the demons were all turned to dust by the sword energy. The immortal Tao sacred physique's powerful battle prowess intimidated all the demons on the Yellow Spring Mountain. Gu Fei and the others charged all the way to the mountain peak. There, the Yellow Spring was boiling and yellow mist shrouded the entire mountain peak. The most evil energy in the world was vast and mighty. Even with the protection of the extreme path sacred weapon, Gu Fei and the others still felt their minds trembling. This was a place that only existed in legends. The mountain had a circumference of at least a dozen miles. Within the yellow mist, there was a pitch-black demon palace floating. At this moment, a large gush of Yellow Spring water gushed out from the opening created by the purple gold divine sword chi. One could vaguely see bones flowing out from the yellow water. Could it be that this Yellow Spring water is really corpse water? Mai Tian was incomparably shocked. The demonic power of the Yellow Springs surged in all directions. Although it was repelled by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, it still made Mai Tian feel a great deal of pressure. This was a demon eye. Moreover, It was a demon eye that had existed since the era of myths and legends. It was regarded as the source of evil by the ancient ancestors. The evil energy that enveloped the entire yellow spring came from this place. Open! Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the mountain and river cauldron. Their eyes shone with the divine light of the great path. They used the martial path heavenly eye to break through the yellow mist above the mouth of the yellow spring and looked directly into the yellow spring. This is... Gu Fei vaguely saw an ancient object floating in the mouth of the yellow spring below. When he wanted to take a closer look, a wave of yellow spring demonic power rushed out of the mouth of the yellow spring. Ah! Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a pain in his eyes and quickly closed them. However, a wisp of yellow spring demonic energy had already attacked Gu Fei's eyes. Blood seeped out of his eyes. What's wrong? He Tian, who was beside Gu Fei, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It's nothing. Gu Fei's vitality was incomparably strong. The recovery power of his martial body had reached an astonishing level. His eyes were rapidly healing. The blood from the depths of his eyes flowed back. In just a few breaths, he opened his eyes. They were still full of vigor, and there was a divine light flashing in them. The yellow spring demonic energy, condensed below, is too strong. There seems to be an inexplicable demonic pattern that can actually hurt me. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. He had been a little careless. This demonic eye was the legendary yellow spring. Many peerless demons had appeared here before. Even the ancient Buddha Lord had found it difficult to refine this demonic eye. In the mouth of the yellow spring, there were demonic marks left behind by a peerless great demon. Not everyone could enter. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would not have plotted for 1,000 years and still failed to retrieve the ancient item from the mouth of the yellow spring. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from 30,000 miles away. The sound shook half of the yellow spring. Even the demonic clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sound waves. Emperor you actually colluded with outsiders to conspire for that thing. Damn it! The underworld sovereign's voice sounded between heaven and earth. He was furious and wanted to rush back from 30,000 miles away. At this time, he already knew that something had happened to his base camp. "Ha! You stay!" Another voice sounded. The Emperor was laughing. He and the underworld sovereign were mortal enemies. He was happy to see the underworld sovereign suffer. He used great divine abilities one after another to stop the underworld sovereign who wanted to rush back to the yellow spring. Roar! The underworld sovereign roared again and again. Monstrous demonic aura enveloped half the sky. He started a battle of life and death with the Emperor. He was going to risk his life. He had plotted for 1,000 years and was about to succeed, but someone actually wanted to snatch it away. This made him want to skin those who dared to plot against him alive. The earth-shattering battle, 30,000 miles away, was obviously not something that Gu Fei and the others could ignore. They paid close attention to the movements 30,000 miles away. Seeing that the underworld sovereign was stopped by the Emperor, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It should be known that the underworld sovereign was an invincible existence at the Saint Emperor level. In the current world where saints were extinct, no one could fight against him. No one would have thought that the legendary Yellow Spring could give birth to such a powerful demon sovereign. Right now, Gu Fei and He Tian were just 2 weak ants in the eyes of the underworld sovereign. Only Gu Fei's immortal path, divine body avatar, could make the underworld sovereign pay attention. The demonic patterns in the eye of the Yellow Spring have almost collapsed. As long as we draw out a wisp of the power of the extreme Tao, we can break the demonic formation here. He Tian's eyes shone with yin-yang divine light. In his eyes, the great Tao of yin and yang was evolving. All the patterns in the world appeared in front of him one by one. Then what are we waiting for? Gu Fei was not an indecisive person. He acted on his thoughts. The immortal path divine body avatar went forward. At this time, the immortal path divine body avatar had recovered to its peak state after devouring a large amount of the spiritual chi of the world contained in the divine materials. However, Gu Fei felt that this was not enough. He opened his inner world, and the mountainous divine materials fell out of his inner world. He drew the power of the mountain and river cauldron and fixed them in the void in front of him. The mountainous divine materials flowed with immortal light and divine splendor, illuminating the entire world. The endless chi of death was dispelled, and rays of divine light rushed out from the peak of the yellow spring. Seeing so many divine materials, He Tian drooled. These were all peerless divine materials that were rarely seen in the world. Each of them contained a huge amount of spiritual chi of the world. If he wanted to obtain the antique in the eye of the yellow spring, Gu Fei would have to spend a lot of money. Chapter 1502. A large pile of peerless divine materials was brought out by Gu Fei. The divine materials that caught his eye were definitely not simple. Among them, there was the 9 heavens divine jade that emitted 9-colored immortal light, and the primal chaos black iron essence that was born from the primal chaos. Book C Pavilion. He Tian even saw a 10,000-year-old king ginseng among the pile of divine materials, which made him drool all over the ground. A 10,000-year-old king ginseng was already a rare king herb. This kind of king herb needed to be nurtured for 10,000 years. Not all divine medicines could grow for 10,000 years without being taken away by cultivators. Even though He Tian was a mighty immortal cultivator now, if he consumed such a king herb after a battle, it would be enough to restore his vitality in an instant. What a pity! He Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He really wanted this 10,000-year-old king herb, but in the end he didn't ask Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique started to circulate the immortal arcane art to devour the large pile of divine materials and herbs in front of him. Streams of essence rushed out from the pile of divine materials and herbs before being devoured by the immortal sacred physique. Buzz! The void trembled as 9 rays of immortal light rushed out of the immortal sacred physique and danced around it. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation emanated from the immortal sacred physique. There was no worldly spiritual energy in the yellow springs, only demonic energy. Here, Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique couldn't absorb any worldly spiritual energy from the outside world. Therefore, Gu Fei had to consume large amounts of divine materials and medicines to provide endless spiritual energy for the immortal sacred physique. The terrifying aura of a martial sage surged over the yellow springs. Rays of divine light rushed out of the immortal sacred physique, dispelling the yellow demonic energy that had enveloped the yellow springs for countless years. The divine materials and divine medicines that were as tall as a small mountain gradually lost their essence and turned into powder. The immortal sacred physique's body gradually expanded as a shocking power condensed. The violet gold divine sword in the immortal sacred physique's hand vibrated and pulsed with violet gold sword energy. Almost done! Gu Fei and He Tian steered the mountain and river cauldron to escape into the distance. At this moment, a large pile of divine materials had almost all turned into dust, and all the essence chi had been devoured by the immortal Tao sacred physique. Roar! The sacred physique of the immortal way exhaled and the entire space shook. After the last few strands of essence were devoured by the sacred physique of the immortal way, its power had reached its peak. Ascend! The sacred physique of the immortal path roared furiously, and his aura skyrocketed again. Visible ripples appeared in the space around him, as if the space around him could not contain his unbelievably powerful body. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword vibrated as the sacred physique of the immortal Tao gripped the sword with both hands and slowly lifted it up. Immortal Tao divine power surged madly into the violet gold divine sword, and the sword chi on the violet gold divine sword gradually grew stronger. Swoosh! A beam of violet gold divine light shot up thousands of miles and pierced through the space. The power of the violet gold divine sword began to awaken under the infusion of endless immortal Tao divine power. However, it was impossible to truly awaken the power of the violet gold divine sword. Even the existence of a great sage could not make the divine weapon of the extreme path unleash the true power of the extreme path. However, Gu Fei did not want to completely awaken the violet gold divine sword. The violet gold divine sword only needed to release a strand of the extreme path's power. The demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring had almost dissipated. One had to admit that the Dark Lord was indeed impressive. He used 1,000 years to slowly erase the demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring. This kind of patience and persistence was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Unfortunately, his 1,000 years of hard work had gone to someone else. Break for me. The immortal Tao sacred physique's immortal power was vast and mighty. He displayed the power of ascend and slashed with all his might. The dazzling sword light traveled thousands of miles and landed on the eye of the yellow spring. Swoosh! The void was directly cut apart, and the demonic array patterns collapsed under the violet gold sword light. The entire eye of the yellow spring shook violently. The yellow spring water was directly separated, and the ancient object floating in the eye of the yellow spring was revealed. The entire mountain top was split in half by the sword. The eye of the yellow spring collapsed, and the yellow spring water surged down from the mountain, almost drowning the entire yellow spring mountain. This was a shocking scene. The legendary yellow springs had actually been split open by a single sword strike. This is the immortal Tao sacred physique saw the ancient object in the eye of the yellow spring and couldn't help but be surprised. This ancient object did not seem to match the legends. At this time, there was no time for him to think. The immortal Tao sacred physique, under the control of Gu Fei's primordial spirit, directly rushed into the eye of the yellow spring. At this time, the remaining demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring had already been destroyed by the sword chi of the violet gold divine sword. Collect! Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique displayed the supreme immortal Tao sacred technique. He separated the void with both hands and directly evolved a side of the world to collect the ancient object. Swoosh! The immortal Tao sacred physique soared into the sky and rushed out of the collapsed eye of the yellow spring. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique collected the ancient object, a monstrous wave of yellow spring demonic power suddenly surged from the depths of the yellow spring, as though something was about to rush out from the depths of the yellow spring. What Gu Fei was shocked. The immortal Tao sacred physique turned into a beam of divine light and directly rushed over, converging with his true body. Then he drove the mountain and river cauldron into the distance. Rumble! The yellow spring mountain was shaking, and cracks appeared on the mountain. The yellow spring water rushed out of the mountain, and the entire mountain was collapsing. Endless yellow spring water surged in all directions. What happened? 30,000 miles away, the underworld supremacy and the Ghost Emperor were shocked, especially the underworld supremacy. At this moment, his expression was extremely rich. His demon palace was swallowed by the boundless yellow springs water the moment the demonic power of the yellow springs exploded. Everything that the underworld sovereign had collected in the demon palace was now gone. Roar! The underworld sovereign roared. His anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. 2 of his demon sages were killed, and his demon palace was destroyed. All of this almost drove him crazy. Ghost Emperor, I want you dead. The underworld sovereign gritted his teeth and directly attacked the Ghost Emperor. He was fighting with his life, displaying his supreme demonic power. He turned into a 10,000-meter tall demonic body and attacked the ancient ship that the Ghost Emperor was residing in. Like a supreme demonic lord that opened the sky, The underworld sovereign's fists caused the entire heaven and earth to shake. The void under his fists even collapsed and shattered, turning into a terrifying destructive storm that rushed towards the ancient ship. Humph! The Ghost Emperor sneered, directly tore the void, and chased in the direction of Gu Fei and the others. You trash of the demon Tao, you really colluded with outsiders. The underworld sovereign was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He also tore the void with his demon Tao mystique and chased after the Ghost Emperor. What? When Gu Fei saw the Ghost Emperor and the underworld sovereign chasing after him, he was really shocked. Book C Pavilion - Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1503. Date October 21st. The two terrifying Saint King existences chased after Gu Fei and He Tian at the same time. Terrifying demonic might shook the heavens and earth. The two invincible demons ripped open the space as they traveled. In just an instant, they had traversed 10,000 kilometers, which shocked Gu Fei greatly. Roar! Gu Fei circulated his martial arts as hard as he could. The space of the 5 elements surged from his body, wrapping around He Tian and the cauldron of mountain and river. Then he charged forward with all his might. This was an extreme movement technique created by fusing the 8 desolate steps and the space of the 5 elements. It was even faster than the 8 steps. Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the space. He could traverse 3,000 kilometers with each step. Gu Fei used his extreme movement technique and immediately left the 2 Saint King demon sovereigns behind. So what if they were demon sovereigns? They still had to eat his dust. What? The Yu Emperor and the underworld sovereign were both shocked. They never thought that a guy who was not even a saint would possess such speed. It was unbelievable. Damn it! The underworld sovereign roared furiously. His voice shook the sky, and a demonic eye split open between his eyebrows. Demonic power then condensed in his demonic eye. Swish! A streak of dark light shot out from his demonic eye like a black bolt of lightning. It shot towards the fleeing Gu Fei. This was the power of the ways of the demonic path. Saint King existences condensed their own power of the ways and possessed various unbelievable abilities and powers. The speed of the demonic light was extremely fast. It actually passed by Emperor Yu and pierced through Gu Fei, who was in front of Emperor Yu. Even the void was torn apart. BZZZ. Gu Fei shook the cauldron of mountain and river and blocked the demonic light. The demonic light was unable to break through the chaotic primordial powers that surged from the cauldron of mountain and river. However, the demonic power contained within the demonic light could not be underestimated. Like a giant hammer, it ruthlessly struck the giant bell, causing the mountain and river cauldron to make a trembling sound. Gu Fei used the demonic energy to charge several thousand kilometers away with the cauldron of mountains and rivers. He increased the distance between him and the 2 Saint King demons by quite a bit. The 2 of them chased each other in the sky. This was an unforgettable scene for the demons. 2 invincible demon sovereigns were chasing 2 outsiders. Torrential devil Qi covered half the world, causing the yellow springs to lose color. Wherever the 2 invincible demon sovereigns passed, all the demons knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Their supreme demonic might shook the entire Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs world was not large. Gu Fei and He Tian had nowhere to hide, which was why the Yu Emperor had allowed Gu Fei and He Tian to charge into the Yellow Springs mountain. At this moment, the Yellow Springs mountain collapsed. Water surged in all directions, drowning large swathes of the region. The entire Yellow Springs sea expanded by several times. Many demons who could not dodge in time were devoured by the surging water. The collapse of the Yellow Springs mountain caused an unimaginable disaster. The entire Yellow Springs was affected. In particular, the Yellow Springs demonic power that surged out from the depths of the Yellow Springs caused the entire Yellow Springs to shake and shake the heavens and the earth. Roar! A deep roar rang out from the depths of the Yellow Spring's eye, as if a supreme demon that had been suppressed for countless years had been awakened. Clang! Other than the roar, there was also the sound of metal clashing. It was as if a terrifying demonic creature was struggling in the Yellow Spring's eye. But at this moment, the Emperor and the Underworld Lord could not care so much. There was only one thing they had to do now, and that was to snatch the ancient item from Gu Fei's hands. The ancient item in the Yellow Springs was too important to them. Leave that item behind, and I will spare your life. The Emperor sent a voice transmission to Gu Fei. They had already crossed paths in the endless dark void. At that time, the Emperor was still in a special state and could not unleash the power of a divine emperor. If the Emperor had recovered to his peak state at that time, Gu Fei and He Tian would probably be in for a tragedy. F***CK. Do you think we are fools? He Tian cursed. The Emperor's voice transmission was not only directed at Gu Fei. The Emperor's voice also rang in He Tian's heart. I can't get rid of those two fellows. Gu Fei was a little anxious. The two fellows behind him were divine emperors. Their realms were too much higher. No matter how heaven-defying Gu Fei was, he could not fight against such existences, even if he had an extreme Dao holy weapon. Gu Fei's immortal Dao holy body avatar was also not a match for divine emperors. Although it was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race, it could not unleash the power of a divine emperor. In this situation, they could only escape. Boss, this world is only so big. Why don't we hide in the inner world? He Tian said, this could not go on. As long as they were still in the Yellow Spring's eye, they would eventually be caught by those two fellows. Once they were caught, Gu Fei and He Tian would probably die with a grievance. That's the only way. Gu Fei used the void step and sprinted at full speed. At the same time, he activated the power of the inner world and tore through the void. He wrapped He Tian and the mountain and river cauldron and rushed into the inner world. Swoosh! Gu Fei and He Tian, along with the mountain and river cauldron, disappeared from the sky in an instant. It was as if they had escaped into the void. This made Emperor Yu and the Underworld Lord dumbfounded. I sense the aura of heaven and earth. Emperor Yu did not hesitate. He attacked directly. Powerful demonic power pierced through heaven and earth. He wanted to break through that space and barge in. Rumble! The void was shattering. Gu Fei's inner world was shaken by this demonic power. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the mountain and river cauldron were sent flying by a destructive force. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron flew up. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from above. A mighty force that could intimidate the mountains and rivers spread from the mountain and river cauldron. The shattered void was suppressed. Roar! A ferocious demon appeared in the chaos. Its hideous demonic face was terrifying. However, when the mountain and river cauldron pressed down, the demonic face quickly retreated like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Bam! The void shook. The power of the mountain and river cauldron directly cut off the passage between Gu Fei's inner world and the outside world. The shattered void in the inner world was quickly repaired. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian, who were sent flying by the demonic power outside, landed on a mountain peak. Success! The Demon King snatched food from the mouth. Gu Fei and He Tian relaxed. Gu Fei wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and sat on the mountain peak. He then used the surrounding spiritual energy to heal himself. Target =_blank. Chapter 1504. Roar! In the Yellow Springs, terrifying demonic howls kept ringing from the depths of the spring. Huge waves rose in the Yellow Springs Sea, and many huge skeletons floated above the sea. Book C Pavilion. After Gu Fei broke open the Yellow Springs eye and took away the ancient item, the depths of the Yellow Springs eye changed. It was as if a supreme existence that had been suppressed had awakened. Yu Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were watching, and they felt threatened. Half a month passed. Gu Fei and He Tian, who had disappeared, did not appear again. During this period, the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign fought a few more times, causing the void to shatter and the earth to sink. But these two Saint Emperor-level existences couldn't suppress the other. Two demonic powers formed in the Yellow Springs world. Rumble! The entire Yellow Springs world suddenly shook. In the Yellow Springs eye, Yellow Springs demonic chi exploded, and yellow demonic chi rushed out from the depths. With a clang, a demonic figure appeared above the Yellow Springs eye. The demonic figure stood tall like a mountain, giving people a feeling of endless terror. Huge chains coiled around the demonic figure's body, binding it to the heavens and earth. This wasn't a true great demon, just a phantom, but the demonic might that it gave off was enough to shock the entire Yellow Springs world. Even Yu Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were wary of that demonic figure. The Yellow Springs eye is suppressing the demon ancestor. On top of a mountain in the Yellow Springs, an ancient ship floated at the peak of the mountain. A demonic figure stood on the deck. The demonic figure's eyes shone with a blood-red light as he stared in the direction of the Yellow Springs. Yu Emperor's real body could already walk on the ancient ship, but he still couldn't leave the ancient ship. He hadn't completely refined the power of the Buddhist Tao. Back then, he was exiled into the eternal darkness by the Dark Sovereign and met an ancient Buddha saint. This ancient Buddha saint used supreme Buddhist techniques and imprisoned him in this ancient Buddhist ship. Yu Emperor's figure then disappeared from the deck. In another direction of the Yellow Springs, in a valley shrouded in demonic chi, a demonic figure opened his eyes. His demonic eyes seemed to be able to see through the void as he looked towards the mouth of the Yellow Springs. This world is going to fall into chaos. After saying these words, the Underworld Sovereign no longer spoke. Then he closed his eyes and sat there cross-legged, not moving at all. No one dared to approach him. After plotting for 1,000 years, it was picked up by someone else. The Dark Lord had no place to vent his anger. There was once a strong demon who walked 1,000 feet behind the Dark Lord and was slapped into meat paste by the Dark Lord. Just as the Yellow Springs was about to undergo a great change, Gu Fei and He Tian were hiding in their inner worlds, studying the antique that they had taken out of the Yellow Springs. This is the legendary gate of reincarnation. In a valley where immortal chi lingered, my Tian circled around an ancient object. His face was filled with confusion. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a divine gate that could allow people to reincarnate. This antique was a pitch-black stone tablet. It was only 3 feet tall, but it gave people the feeling that they were facing a huge mountain. On the ancient tablet, flowers, birds, insects, fish, rivers, seas, and lakes were engraved. There were even figures of ancient ancestors. It was as if everything in the world was engraved on it. This stone tablet is extraordinary. Gu Fei stared at the ancient tablet for a long time and finally said this. The ancient tablet exuded an endless ancient aura. It was definitely an antique from before the ancient age. No one knew how long it had existed in the world. Could it be something from the era of myths and legends? He Tian knew that this ancient tablet was extraordinary. He had once used the yin-yang divine eye to look at it, but he couldn't see anything. At this moment, Gu Fei walked over and flipped his right hand. The purple gold divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. He held the sword and slashed at the ancient tablet in front of him. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the purple gold divine sword slashed at the ancient tablet. This, when they clearly saw where the purple gold divine sword had struck the ancient tablet. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. There wasn't even a mark left on the ancient tablet. Even a divine weapon of the extreme path can't damage it at all. He Tian couldn't believe it. It should be known that the purple gold divine sword was a divine weapon of the extreme path. Even if it didn't display the power of the extreme path, there weren't many things that could withstand a strike from the purple gold divine sword without being damaged. This was just a stone tablet, but it could withstand a strike from a divine weapon of the extreme path. Could this be an ancient tablet that had been refined by an extreme path supreme being? This thing can't be the gate of samsara. Gu Fei kept the purple gold divine sword and pondered for a long time before saying this. How could the legendary gate of samsara be an ancient tablet? What should we do? Without the gate of samsara, I'm afraid there's only one way for us to leave this place, said Hei-Tian. If there was a second way, he really wouldn't want to take that path. This stone tablet seems to have ancient Tao patterns on it. Let's see if we can activate these Tao patterns. Gu Fei realized that there seemed to be naturally formed ancient Tao patterns on the ancient tablet. Perhaps it was these Tao patterns that gave the stone tablet an immortal nature. Even the purple gold divine sword couldn't damage it. Looks like we have to study it seriously. Hei-Tian also noticed this phenomenon. The Tao patterns on the ancient tablet were definitely extremely ancient. They were Tao patterns from before the primordial age. Such Tao patterns were only recorded in the most ancient books. Without hesitation, Gu Fei and Hei-Tian began to set up in the valley. A few days later, the valley began to emit psionic power. Spiritual qi from all directions began to gather in the valley. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in an attempt to activate the ancient Tao patterns on the ancient stone tablet. Time passed. Days passed one after another. Gu Fei and Hei-Tian were in no hurry. This ancient tablet was too strange. There were no energy fluctuations on it, but it was immortal. Hei-Tian set up a large array to gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Endless spiritual qi drowned the ancient tablet. A month passed. The ancient tablet that was bathed in the vast spiritual qi did not move. 2 months passed. The spiritual qi in the valley was so thick that it was about to turn into liquid. However, the ancient tablet still did not move. Could it be that we used the wrong method? Gu Fei and Hei-Tian looked at the ancient tablet. They had a feeling that they could not do anything. However, just as they were about to give up, the ancient tablet in the valley suddenly trembled. At this moment, in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs, a monstrous devil qi gushed out from the mouth of the Yellow Springs. A real figure appeared in the sky above the mouth of the Yellow Springs. Roar! The ferocious demon roared to the sky, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the entire void. The world almost collapsed. This was the result of the roar of this peerless great demon whose entire body was shrouded in yellow demonic qi. Several long black chains hung down from the body of the peerless great devil. Devil qi rose. No one could see the appearance of this great devil clearly. The terrifying devil qi shook the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs, causing all the demons to panic. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San, please add a new group, 2746732223. Please go to the first post without advertisements. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1505. The fiendish demon that was suppressed in the Yellow Springs was released. It broke free from its shackles and appeared above the Yellow Springs. Its terrifying demonic aura shook the entire Yellow Springs and made thousands of demons bow down. Book C Pavilion dash. Rumble! The entire Yellow Springs was shaking. Huge waves rose in the Dead Sea of Yellow Springs. Endless demonic power surged out from the depths of the Yellow Springs and entered the fiendish demon's body. Many huge skeletons floated above the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. There were even human skeletons among them. There seemed to be countless living beings buried in the mouth of the Yellow Springs, giving birth to the most terrifying demonic power in the world. Clang! The 3 black chains hanging from the fiendish demon's body collided with each other from time to time, emitting crisp sounds of metal clashing. The chains pierced through the fiendish demon's body. Although the fiendish demon had broken free from the yellow springs, the chains on its body couldn't be removed. The pitch-black chains were engraved with ancient Tao runes. There was a supreme existence suppressing the fiendish demon in the yellow springs. Gu Fei took away the ancient tablet, allowing the fiendish demon to break free. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. The fiendish demon's release had serious consequences. After devouring the endless demonic power of the yellow springs, the fiendish demon was shrouded in dark yellow demonic aura. Its figure became blurry, but it became even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The fiendish demon disappeared into the void. Boom! The next moment, in a place where the demons gathered in the yellow springs, the void shook violently. Then, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the sky. An endless amount of demonic aura poured down from the demonic figure, enveloping the entire world and the countless demons below. What happened is the Ghost Emperor attacking. I don't want to die. The place where the devil race resided was immediately thrown into chaos. The terrifying devil might that descended from the sky caused the group of devils to tremble. This pressure was too strong, causing all the devil race to almost be unable to breathe. Immediately after, screams filled the air. The demons that were enveloped by the demonic qi were quickly losing their demonic qi. Then they turned into dried corpses that fell to the ground. All of their qi had been sucked dry. In an instant, most of the demons in the settlement of tens of thousands of demons fell down and turned into dried corpses. Even the demons guarding the place were struggling. The power of the demonic Tao in their bodies was being drawn out uncontrollably. To the demons, the demonic essence energy was their life force. Once the demonic essence energy was completely devoured, they would die even if they were demons with immortal bodies. Soon, the entire settlement of the demons calmed down. Tens of thousands of demons, as well as the powerhouses among the demons, had all turned into hideous and terrifying mummies. Even their primordial spirits had been sucked out. Roar! The demonic qi receded like the tide. The peerless fiendish demon roared, and then the fiendish demon's figure once again disappeared in the sky. Very soon, another area of the devil race's settlement was enveloped by demonic qi. The unparalleled demon was devouring the essence energy of the demons to strengthen itself. This was a massacre. All the demons in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs became the prey of the unparalleled demon. The demon seemed to want to quickly recover its strength. More than a dozen demon settlements were slaughtered by the demon. Large numbers of demons turned into dried corpses without any demonic essence energy. Such a massacre of demons alarmed the Ghost Emperor and the underworld's supremacy. Demons being massacred in large numbers was something that had never happened before. It should be known that the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs was a paradise for demons. If this continued, the demons would be wiped out sooner or later. In the area controlled by the Ghost Emperor, many demon settlements were also slaughtered by the demon. Not a single demon escaped. All of them had their demonic essence energy devoured. The unparalleled demon did not simply devour the demon's essence energy. It did not even let go of the primordial spirits of the demons. The power of the primordial spirit could strengthen the demon's divine soul. This was an unbridled massacre. Just as the demonic power of the unparalleled demon was rapidly increasing, in Gu Fei's inner world, the ancient monument that Gu Fei and He Tian had used countless methods to no effect suddenly shook. The ancient monument seemed to have sensed that the unparalleled demon had escaped from the mouth of the Yellow Springs. The void shook. The Tao patterns on the ancient monument began to emit divine light. The ancient patterns were like ancestral dragons, swimming around the ancient monument. The patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to have come to life. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. They had not figured out what was happening to the ancient monument. They did not dare to get too close and only watched from afar. The ancient monument has suddenly awakened. Could something be about to happen? He Tian was a little uneasy. In the valley, the ancient monument was shaking as though it was about to fly away. This thing had existed for countless years. Perhaps it could be traced back to the era of myths and legends. No one knew what would happen to this ancient monument. Even He Tian, who was proficient in array formations, knew nothing about this ancient monument. The ancient Tao patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to be a type of array formation. After studying it for a few months, He Tian could only see this. And just as the ancient monument was gradually awakening, the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs was already in chaos. The unparalleled demon appeared and slaughtered demons everywhere. It devoured the demonic essence energy and the primordial spirits of the demons. The death of countless demons caused Emperor Yu and Underworld Lord to be unable to sit still. Boom! Nether Supremacy was the first to make a move. Just as that ferocious devil was about to slaughter another devil racist settlement, Nether Supremacy arrived just in time and struck that peerless ferocious devil. The entire void shook under the Dark Lord's demonic hand. The ground was cracking. On the ground, countless demons fled in all directions. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Roar! The peerless ferocious demon roared. The Underworld Supremacy's attack had enraged the ferocious demon. 3 black chains flew out from the ferocious demon's body. One of the chains pierced through the demonic hand that the Underworld Supremacy had condensed with boundless demonic power. The other 2 chains pierced through the Underworld Supremacy's body. The black chains looked rusty and almost completely rotten. However, they were still extremely terrifying. Every chain was engraved with ancient Tao patterns. Moreover, these Tao patterns could restrain the power of the demon Tao. Swoosh! The Dark Lord felt danger. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared above the demon's head in the next moment. I, the lone demon! The Dark Supremacy let out a loud shout and displayed the supreme divine ability of the Devil Path. He opened up a demonic sky, and it was a void that was like a boundless demonic domain. He sucked in the ferocious devils below. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1506. The Nether Sovereign displayed his Saint Emperor's invincible divine ability, conjuring a boundless demon domain and pulling the unparalleled demon into it. Book C Pavilion. This was the inner world that he had cultivated. Here it was a world of its own. Standing in this infinite demon domain, he was like a supreme demon that ruled over this infinite demon domain. With a thought from the Underworld Supremacy, the entire infinite demon domain shook. Endless power came from all directions and obliterated the demon. Demonic patterns appeared in the void, bringing with them the power of the Great Path. He wanted to use the power of the inner world to suppress and kill this demon. Roar! The ferocious devil threw his head back and roared. He seemed to have sensed danger. A blood-red, demonic light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. An extremely evil demonic energy erupted from his body. It was like 100,000 volcanoes from hell had erupted at the same time. This demonic power shook the entire infinite demon domain. Cracks appeared in the terrifying infinite demon domain. The power of the inner world of the Underworld Supremacy was scattered by this demonic power. His demonic body shook again and again. The Underworld Supremacy was shocked. He never thought that this demon would be so powerful. He suffered a great impact and spat out demonic blood. Swoosh! At this moment, 3 black chains rushed out from the demon's body and crushed everything. The demonic patterns were collapsing. The chains directly tore the infinite demon domain that the Underworld Supremacy had created. This unparalleled fiendish devil directly broke through the Infernal Exalt's devil domain space and rushed out. The infinite demon domain was broken by someone. The Underworld Supremacy was seriously injured. He spat out demonic blood. The infinite demon domain was connected to his breath. It was equivalent to an extension of his demonic body. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress and kill this demon. However, he was seriously injured by this crazy demon. Even the inner world was unable to trap this unparalleled, fiendish demon. This caused even the Dark Sovereign to be terrified. This kind of demon simply possessed an undying body. The underworld supremacy withdrew his inner world. At this moment, a pitch-black chain suddenly pierced through the underworld supremacy's demonic body. The chain pierced through the underworld supremacy's back and came out from his chest. A large amount of demonic blood spurted out. This, the underworld supremacy, looked at the rusty black chain protruding from his chest. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this possible? He was an invincible demon emperor. To think that he would suffer severe injuries consecutively. The strength and terror of his opponent had far exceeded his imagination. Then, something happened that scared the hell out of underworld supremacy. The black iron chain that had pierced through his demonic body seemed to have some kind of evil power. His demonic essence was being continuously sucked out by the iron chain. Roar! The underworld supremacy roared in terror. This ferocious demon was really devouring his essence chi. It actually wanted to take away all the fruits of the way that he had painstakingly cultivated. The overlord of the Yellow Springs world was, after all, an invincible demon sovereign who had experienced countless storms and waves. The Nether Sovereign reacted very quickly. His right hand turned into a demonic blade and slashed behind him, wanting to cut the chain. However, the Nether Exalt's hand did not even leave behind a mark when it landed on the chain. The rusty, almost decayed chain had actually managed to endure a strike from a Saint King of the demonic path. How is this possible? The Nether Sovereign's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the other two chains also wrapped around the Nether Sovereign. As long as he was wrapped by the two chains, the Nether Sovereign would not be able to break free. The Nether Sovereign wanted to charge forward, but a powerful suction surged from the iron chain that had pierced through his body. It locked his entire demonic body in place. Arg, the Nether Supremacy, tried his best to circulate his mana, but his mana was being drained even faster because of that. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. Surviving was the most important thing right now. The other two chains slithered up from behind the Nether Sovereign like two spiritual snakes. Then they wrapped around the Nether Sovereign and began to devour his surging demonic power. In just a few breaths, the Nether Sovereign's demonic power had already been drained by half. Die! The demonic power on the Nether Sovereign's demonic body swelled wildly. Then he roared and his demonic body suddenly exploded. He had actually disintegrated. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the entire void was annihilated. The void within a 10,000-mile radius collapsed and turned into chaos. The power of destruction destroyed everything. The netherworld realm within a 100,000-mile radius shook. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King demon sovereign. The heavenly demon disintegration was a supreme demonic technique. It could burn demonic blood and instantly increase the demonic power of the caster by 3 times. That terrifying demon had actually forced a demon sovereign to self-destruct. This was something that no one had expected. Even the Nether Sovereign himself found it hard to believe that he would be forced to such a state. The power of destruction annihilated everything. The extremely evil demon was also engulfed by the power of destruction. In the chaos, a demonic light wrapped around a figure and instantly disappeared into the dark world. Haha, to think that the Nether Sovereign would have such a day. In the distant sky, an ancient ship quietly floated there. A demonic figure stood on the deck. This person was the archenemy of the Nether Sovereign, the U-Emperor. The U-Emperor's power was recovering. Very soon, he would be able to convert the Buddhist power in the ancient ship into demonic power. At that time, not only would his cultivation and strength recover to its former peak, but he would even be able to reach a higher level. The power of the Nether Sovereign's self-destruction was too great. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was destroyed. It directly blasted a huge hole in the Netherworld realm, and even the chaotic aura was blasted out. Just what was that thing that actually forced the Nether Sovereign to self-destruct? The Emperor muttered to himself. He was also extremely shocked. The Nether Sovereign was a demon sovereign that could rival him. Even the Nether Sovereign could not defeat him. If he were to face this guy, his outcome would probably not be any better than the Nether Sovereign's. That guy should be dead. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King Demon Sovereign. If that person could survive, then he really did possess the legendary Undying Demon Body. That Dark Lord has self-destructed his demonic body and injured his core. He's no longer my match. Thank you for helping me get rid of this huge threat. The Emperor was reaping the benefits of the fisherman. The situation now was in his favor. The boundless destructive power wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually weakened. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. In the chaos, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. W8. What? On the deck of the ancient ship, the Ghost Emperor could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw M.O. Wen's figure. Book C Pavilion dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1507. Rumble. The destructive power raged, and the void collapsed. The power of the Dark Lord's self-destruction was too strong. It shattered the void for thousands of miles. Book C Pavilion. The earth was sinking, and the yellow springs were evaporating. Nothing was left. However, a demonic figure could be vaguely seen amidst the chaotic and destructive power. This was a figure that even the Ghost Emperor felt threatened. Although he was thousands of miles away, the Ghost Emperor could clearly feel that the demonic figure was staring at him. It was not a good thing to be targeted by this unparalleled, fiendish demon. He didn't die even after this. The Ghost Emperor was shocked. This was the power of an invincible demon's self-destruction. This power was so strong that it was unbelievable. It could shatter a part of the void, and the yellow springs were affected. The Emperor knew that it was hard for him to fight against such destructive power. If he was in that demon's place, he would have been destroyed long ago. The destructive power wreaked havoc for more than half a day before it gradually calmed down. The shattered void was quickly repaired by the Yellow Springs' demonic power from the Yellow Springs void. Clang! The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard. The demonic figure was like an eternal demon with an indestructible body. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The Ghost Emperor did not attack. He was very wary of this demon that had escaped from the Yellow Springs. Before he could figure out the other party's background, he chose to retreat. The demonic figure on the deck disappeared, and the ship retreated without a sound. On this day, all the demons in the Yellow Springs were shocked. The invincible demon of the Yellow Springs, the Dark Lord, was defeated by a demon. The legend of the Dark Lord's invincibility was shattered. According to ancient legends, the Yellow Springs was the source of evil in the world. It was the birthplace of the demons. However, the demon that came from the birthplace of the demons wanted to destroy all the demons. This did not make sense. All of the devil race felt that a great calamity was about to befall them, because that ferocious devil was on the move again. The devil race's residences were slaughtered one after another. Countless devil race people were dying. At this speed, the billions of demons in the Yellow Springs would be wiped out in less than half a year. The number of demons was the foundation of demons' reproduction. Large numbers of demons were killed. This shook the foundation of the demons in the Yellow Springs. The Dark Lord was defeated. The Ghost Emperor did not fight. The demons welcomed their darkest era. Buzz. While the unparalleled fiendish demon was reaping the lives of the demon race, the ancient tablet in Gufei's inner world emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the inscriptions on the ancient monument lit up as though they had come to life. The savage beasts and ancient ancestors all seemed to be walking out from the ancient monument. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos spread out from the ancient tablet. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. Previously, they tried everything they could, but failed to activate any of the Tao patterns on the tablet. But now the tablet was reviving on its own. The ancient monolith woke up on its own, emitting a terrifying might that could shake the heavens and the earth. The great formation that Erebus had set up around the valley collapsed in an instant. All the array patterns seemed to be blown away by an invisible astral wind and dissipated into the void. The endless heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered by the array was also devoured by the tablet. The entire tablet started to emit a divine aura of the extreme Tao. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this tablet had been refined by an extreme Tao supremacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It's the work of one of the ancient supremes. The divine aura of the extreme Tao appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. It was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person's inner world, it would have collapsed. But Gu Fei's inner world was different. His inner world was nourished by several divine springs of life and the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the Mountain River Cauldron. Even if the tablet was completely revived, it wouldn't be able to damage his inner world. The Tao patterns on the tablet seemed to transform into ancestral dragons. They wandered around the tablet and interweaved into countless heaven and earth Tao diagrams. This was an array of the extreme Tao. An extreme Tao supremacy left an array on the tablet. He Tian was shocked. This kind of extreme Tao array was not something that anyone could see. An extreme Tao supremacy was an invincible ancient sage. A wisp of their aura was enough to destroy a part of the world. The extreme Tao array contained the invincible great Tao of an extreme Tao supremacy. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to achieve the extreme Tao fruit. Countless Tao patterns wandered and reorganized. Whoa! Suddenly, the space around them trembled. The runes on the ancient monument weaved together to form an enigmatic Tao diagram. Then, the space around them collapsed, forming a spatial tunnel. This is, when Gu Fei and He Tian saw this change, they couldn't help but be shocked. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar came from the pitch-black spatial passage into Gu Fei's inner world. An extremely terrifying demonic aura caused all living beings in Gu Fei's inner world to tremble. "What is that?" He Tian exclaimed. This demonic aura seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than the demonic aura of the underworld supremacy and the ghost emperor. It was like a supreme extreme Tao demon suppressing demonic aura was roaring. Rumble, the ancient tablet, rose from the ground and suppressed the spatial passage in front of it. The entire void trembled and was on the verge of shattering. The extreme Tao divine aura emitted from the ancient tablet blocked the demonic power coming from the other end of the spatial passage. Like a heavenly tablet, it suppressed the surging demonic power from the other end of the spatial passage. The ancient tablet flew into the spatial passage. How can this be? Gu Fei and He Tian were indescribably shocked. Could the ancient tablet have been bestowed with the will of an extreme Tao supremacy and was going to suppress the unknown demon on the other end of the spatial passage? One had to know that the extreme Tao ancient weapon contained the God's will. It was a supreme saint artifact with intelligence. Could this ancient tablet also be an extreme Tao ancient weapon? It can connect to the myriad worlds. Could the ancient tablet be the reincarnation gate of legends? At this time, the ancient tablet was about to disappear into the spatial passage. Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly flew into the sky and directly rushed into the spatial passage. At the same time, in the Yellow Springs, a terrifying demon was devouring the essence of countless demons below in a region filled with monstrous demonic aura. After devouring the essence of tens of thousands of demons, the demon's power seemed to have reached a certain level and broke through some kind of shackle in his body. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. 3 iron chains fell off from the demon's body and were grabbed by the demon's hand. A terrifying, supreme demonic aura swept across the Yellow Springs. Just as the demonic aura of this peerless, fiendish demon reached its peak, the space in front of him suddenly rippled like water, and a terrifying force emerged from the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the peerless, fiendish demon. Roar! The demon instinctively felt threatened. He roared at the sky, and the demonic power on his body exploded. It shook the heaven and earth, shocking the demons in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That old demon is getting stronger and stronger. The underworld sovereign's soul hiding in the 9th underworld spring was alarmed. He was using the boundless demonic aura in the 9th underworld spring to reconstruct his demon body. When he fought with the great demon that had rushed out from the depths of the Yellow Springs, he had been forced to self-destruct. Only his soul had escaped, but his vitality had been injured. With a great enemy before him, the underworld sovereign immediately came to the 9th underworld spring. He wanted to recover his peak cultivation as soon as possible, but it was not something that could be done in a day. The aura of the demon had already spread into the 9th underworld spring. This demon was so powerful that even the Saint Emperor Sovereign's heart trembled. The underworld sovereign's soul frantically gathered the demonic aura. Boundless demonic aura gathered from all directions, completely drowning his soul. A demonic figure vaguely appeared in the demonic aura. In the region controlled by the Ghost Emperor, an ancient ship was hidden in the demonic clouds in the sky. It's too powerful. It's impossible to defeat. Such words came from the ancient ship. Just as all the demons were feeling hopeless, a force that was strong enough to go against the murderer appeared. An extreme, godly aura instantly swept through the entire Yellow Springs world. This is the underworld sovereign, and the Ghost Emperor were alarmed again. This extreme divine might shocked the heavens and made them very fearful. Fortunately, this power was not targeted at them. Rumble. At this time, a pitch-black stone tablet appeared in the spatial passageway in front of the demon. It emitted billions of divine halos and suppressed the demon. Bam! The demon was extremely ferocious. He actually punched the spatial passageway in front of him. The void shattered, and the powerful demonic power shattered the world. He wanted to cut off the spatial passageway and seal the ancient stone tablet in the void. However, the stone tablet was like a heavenly tablet. It emitted endless divine laws of the great path. It dissolved the demon's punch and froze the spatial passageway. At the same time, endless power of the great path condensed on the ancient stone tablet. The divine laws of the great path turned into divine chains of the great path and entangled the demon. Swoosh! The ominous demon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The divine chains of the great path condensed from the divine laws of the great path possessed great power and could lock up all evil demons. Even the powerful, ferocious demons did not dare to face them head-on. Roar! The vicious demon roared angrily. Then it shook the black chains in its hands. Kung-chong sounds rang out continuously. The 3 chains were like 3 spiritual snakes as they twisted towards the great Tao divine chains in front of them. This was the collision of the power of the great path. Demonic patterns appeared on the black iron chains, and the power of the great path of the demonic path surged. The 3 iron chains intertwined with the divine chain of the great path that came from the ancient tablet. Clang! The 3 iron chains in the hands of the ferocious demon crumbled in an instant. They could not withstand the divine chains of the great path that were condensed from the ancient tablet. Even a peerless, ferocious demon was forced to retreat. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share ______.